Okay, with the hour being after 7, having a quorum, we'll open up the the meeting. First item, May 18th minutes and June 1st. All right, first I'll make a motion on May 18th for second for discussion.
Second?
All right, any discussions on that?
No.
No? Oh, okay, that must be for later, okay. All those in favor of May 18th?
Aye.
Opposed, abstained? Here's a vote, June 1st. Make a motion to approve.
Second?
Second. Discussions? None?
None.
Okay, just looking at the notes, Joe. Okay, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, okay. All right. Next item is reorganization. All right,
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
I'd like to nominate you to continue as chairman.
Okay. Do we have a second for that?
I'll second.
Any discussions? There being none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Might as well make it.
Do I get to
Mr.
vote?
Chairman, nominate Mark Romeo as vice chairman.
Okay, second. Any discussions? Being none, all's in favor?
Aye.
You can vote for yourself, Mark. Okay? You're on a
And
roll,
Mr.
Joe.
Chairman, nominate Sarah Katib as clerk.
I'll second.
All right, discussion? All's in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Aye.
What are you gonna do?
Sit back, take it easy.
Ask questions?
Yeah, no, write notes.
Pages of
Write
questions.
notes. Okay, one other thing that we gotta deal with anyway is the fact that it's not a public thing. It's the fact that Liz Gaffey's gone.
Yes.
So we got 30 days, so we should notify the selectmen.
How's that work?
The way the town charter is set up is if you have anybody but the Board of Selectmen has a vacancy in an elected position, you get 30 days to notify the selectmen, and we all get together, and whoever wants to apply for it can, and you have a vote. So it'll be 4 of us, 5 from the selectmen.
So a nine.
Yeah,
vote for
if
the-
we don't, within the 30 days, and I think Liz gave it, I don't know how, did she have to give it right after she got nominated, or? So, if we don't do it now, and they don't get the notice of 30 days, they can pick somebody. You don't want that, right? You want a little input. Okay, this is from Liz Gaffey. Oh, she gave it. Please accept this letter as my resignation as of June 7th. During my tenure on the board, I had been appointed to the position of town clerk in town of Walpole, and been unable to continue on the board. The planning board is very important to me as part of the process to help the development of the residents and the commercial projects in the town according to the master plan. I learned quite a lot of information about the town and will miss being on the cutting edge of all projects presented to the board. I know you'll continue to educate the members and applicants the way you help educate me, and I believe all members only have Walpole's best interest in mind, so I don't think we have to accept it. We don't got a choice, right? So, I'll make a motion, we send a letter to the selectmen that we have a vacancy
Second.
in accordance with the town charter, whatever section that is, Kate. Oh, is that what that is? Yeah, in accordance with 310B.
The one up above it, the very first paragraph.
Yeah, it said B. If there's a vacancy, the board consists of the committee consists of 2 more members. The retaining members shall give a notice within 1 month of said vacancy to the, and that's what we're doing. Okay. All right, so do I have a second on that?
Second.
All right, any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay, so that's off and running. And let's see. Do that. You want to hand that back? And,
Thank you.
I'll pop off some of the easy ones. Bubbling Brook. Isn't that is that a new one?
That's a new one.
Okay.
There's no way I'm just gonna make a
Yeah, but I don't think,
that doesn't matter.
yeah.
Jack, at the last meeting, we talked about this and the fact that you asked me to write Mr. Glasser a letter
And
or
he-
email him. which
Oh, I didn't know we're going into this whole big,
Yeah. To check. Yeah, please.
Yeah, I thought we had determined
can't
that
take
they
no,
had to
John,
wait.
can you? You've been with too many of these developers too long. Okay. This is Kingswood, I should say. Yep. And you want to do an A&R, okay? And you know what an A&R is, yes?
Approval not required.
Ooh, you were just like miles ahead of some other people back there, okay. Okay. A little background information, this was done a couple of years ago, still not bonded. And you're looking to change lot lines, and
You can see it right here, Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind me interrupting. There's the slight lot line change between, I think it's lots 2 and 3.
okay, but all right. What we had said last time was to do an A&R, you need frontage on a public road, which would be either a public road that's been accepted or one that's bonded. Being this is neither.
It is on a way allowed and endorsed by the planning board. And
But it's
that
not.
qualifies under the statute, chapter 41, section 81L.
But it's not bonded, Jerry.
But,
Has a covenant.
if I may,
Okay,
Mr.
go ahead.
Chairman and members of the board, I looked at the board's rules and regulations,
Yeah?
the statute,
Yeah.
I just cited a moment ago, the Form F, none of them suggest or state that an A&R requires a bond. There's absolutely nothing. And in this case, the A&R would have absolutely no impact on any of the obligations and duties that the landowner is subject to based on the decision this board has already made.
Okay.
So this is,
So what we will have to do is, we can approve anything, doesn't have to be, but it means we'll have to stamp it, not a buildable lot.
means we have to stamp it what?
We'll have to say not a buildable lot. Because you don't have stature on a public way or a bonded way. You want to do it, and then at the time you go to bond it, you're all set.
Respectfully, there's, the case law is pretty clear. There's no advantage in, I shouldn't say no advantage. There's no impact on any other agents of the board, the planning board, the zoning board, any of the rules and regulations of any of these other agencies by granting an A&R. It doesn't give any leg up on that.
All right, well, I'll turn it to Liz. Unless I've been reading stuff wrong.
No, I was in agreement with you and what we had indicated to Mr. Glossa in the letter that Kate had sent him after the last meeting.
I never got it.
Kate had...
No letter was ever sent.
It was an email in response to his email, and it's in the file.
Kate had sent you an email.
No, I showed up with the plans because I waited a month, didn't hear from anyone, showed up with the plans and was told, oh, the planning board can't sign this plan, can't endorse this plan. And I, unfortunately, and I apologize to Kate, I was not probably the most civil at that point, but I read your Form A application, and I think you should read it, because what it says, one of the boxes to check, it says a plan approved and endorsed by the planning board. And that's exactly a roadway shown on a plan, approved and endorsed by the planning board. And that's exactly what this road is. And if you think that there's any sort of reason not to sign it, the covenant doesn't go away, so the lots can't be sold individually. Nothing really happens other than that lot line changes. And the reason it changes is because there's a buyer, and before the purchase and sales is signed and agreed to, the buyer and the seller want a plan to reference in the purchase and sales agreement.
Why
So
don't they just bond it?
we're asking for something I think is fairly
Why can't
simple.
it just be
Well, there's
bonded?
going to be an issue, though, okay? Because you can't transfer until you bond it, so you're gonna have to bond it before you transfer, so why would you just bond it now and then do the A and R?
Because, Mr. Chairman, you know, you understand on the other side, there's a process, there's a purchase and sales, there's, you know, negotiations with that. When they sign a purchase and sales agreement, they would like to reference in the purchase and sales agreement the actual lots shown on a plan with the planning board signature that they're agreeing to buy and sell.
Okay, and at what point will this pass, the money?
When is the closing?
Yeah.
I don't think there's been a purchase and sales agreement signed at this point because
But your purchase and sale agreement, I mean, you can't have your closing until it's bonded, correct?
yes, we understand that. So it will be bonded, obviously, before there's any transaction of the lots, because that just is barred by law. That just can't happen. We just want to allow them to sign their purchase and sales agreement with a plan that has the signature of the planning board.
It in no
Okay,
way
but that-
infringes, I'm sorry.
Now it looks like a subdivision plan as opposed to an A and R plan, right?
It just makes, it just makes it a little simpler on the other side. They have something with the signature on it, the planning board, so the buyer knows what he's buying, the seller knows what he's selling, without having to say, oh, we're gonna buy it on this plan that Glossa drew, it's not signed, but we're 99% sure that it's, you know, there's no problems with it. You see the difference?
Well, I see the difference is what you want us to go out on a limb and do this rather than just bond it. If you bond it, we wouldn't even be talking about this. You have the frontage and you bond it.
But respectfully, when you say you're going out on a limb, there is absolutely no downside from your end to this. All the obligations and burdens that are in place right now remain so. The change of the lot line along these two lots, 2 and 3, does not in any way change the obligations and the burdens that the landowner has and must meet in order to go forward with any construction. This doesn't change that.
What are you doing for changes, though? Where is it on here?
It's right here.
Where, John?
So the yellow line is the new line, and this dark line here is what's on the subdivision plan, the one that has your signature on it. There's no change to the frontage on any of the lots, there's no change to the length at the setback line. Those things all remain the same, it's just this change right here.
Could be done, subject to a bond.
We always stamp it anyway.
Right.
We don't determine whether it's buildable or not. so.
Right.
Can you say subject to the approval of a bond?
No, we put a thing on, it's up to the building inspector after. They can subdivide anything they want. And we always stamp, we haven't determined whether it's buildable or not.
Right.
So they couldn't go down and get a building permit anyway.
When you're talking
think
about the
that's
sale of a lot, are you talking about one lot or are you talking
The
about
whole
all
thing.
three? What are we talking about?
So the way it works, Mr. Moraski, is what the covenant does is it bars the current owner from selling individual lots off until this road is either bonded or until it's built and you guys sign off on it. Usually they're bonded, okay? And that protects you in the town, right? Because you wouldn't want somebody buying this lot. You wouldn't want someone buying that lot and then, you know, finding out they have no road, no water, no sewer. So, but we're not asking for this covenant to be released. It's still going to encumber these lots. We're just asking for a very minor change in the lot line so that, you know, the buyer and seller can sort of move forward.
So there's one buyer for the entire 3 lots.
He'll buy the 2 lots. Mr. Friedman and his wife Lorraine will stay here, but once the subdivision is bonded, okay, then after the subdivision is bonded, these 2 lots this one and this one down here, are then free to be sold off. They can be sold to 2 different people or 1 person.
And in this case, it's being sold off to one.
1 person, yeah. I can't guarantee you that that's what's going to happen in the future. I don't have a crystal ball, but that's the plan right now. And so Mr. Friedman, Mr. and Mrs. Friedman would prefer to have a little bit more side yard on their lot. So they own all of it right now. This is their preference, and I didn't really anticipate this, but, it's what it is what it is.
All right, Lizzie, would you say that because this is all not bonded, you just chop it up lots any way you want? Have at it? Because we do stamp it, we don't say it's,
Yeah, I just
Illegal.
looked up 81L, and it's not that specific. It says, in terms of this, what Attorney Blair was indicating, it says, a way shown on a plan theretofore approved and endorsed in accordance with the subdivision control law. So that's kind of loose. It could be interpreted a variety of ways. I think as long as we stamp it, and obviously everybody on the board is aware of it, I don't really see that it would bring any harm to the town.
well, right now, we're not endorsing as a legal lot, we're just endorsing as a, just,
Right, so that they can redraw the lot lines. So I don't think that that's
Our
a
plan does
problem.
have that citation on it. Hang on 1 second. So this is the A&R plan, the one we're asking you to sign, and it says, "Planning board endorsement is not a determination as to the conformance to the zoning regulations, with the zoning regulations." So that's, you can stamp it, but it's already,
we like our stamp.
pardon me.
We like our stamp. I think this is the Brush Hill stamp. It disappears after a year or 2. I know, hi John, I'm on TV. All right, so they're just cutting up lots, and we're not giving any standings as far as it's being buildable, which it isn't right now. Everybody,
That's correct.
And
And
we understand-
nothing will
we understand
change.
that 100%.
That's the point, nothing will change.
make a motion to endorse.
Second.
Any discussion, questions? Everybody all set? Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstained? Just sign the Mylar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the board.
You guys could have done this, what, 6 years ago when we started this?
I understand. Things change, people have different ideas.
John, this is the longest 3-lot subdivision, I think. It's ever been around.
Mr. Marasky, you want this?
You go ahead.
Oh, that Sharpie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the board.
Can I have that back, please?
Take it.
Yes, I don't usually do.
So sign one. Sign the bottom, and people wonder why you did this.
Which one, Jeff? Which one are you doing?
Is there an easy one, quick? Well, we'll just take them in order. Atlantic,
Thank you.
whatever you got there, Kate, just bang these out, and then we'll get right on to the preliminary and then on to the hearings. You ready? Atlantic Court extension. Department has a request for a bond reduction. The original bond was $200,116.80. The reduction would be high as the following: 25% threshold for the bond is 50. Reduction of the spreadsheet is $34,965. So therefore, it's recommended the bond be reduced to $50,029, and that the difference be refunded to the applicant. The question is, Kate, do we know what the date of the bond was? Have we approached the 2 years?
Date of the bond. Good evening.
You must be the owner?
Yes, I am.
How long you had the bond in place? Because you get 2 years unless you ask for an extension.
It escapes me, but it's been less than that. I think it'll be 2 years in November, maybe?
Let's just see if she had it. All right, well,
In court.
all right, so she's recommended to hold 50 grand.
Is there any precedent to, I mean, I know that's in the bylaws, to that 25% of the original bond is what you have to hold, but is there any precedent to get back more than that at any time?
No, because one of the things is you get a 2-year deal. What happens is with developers, they tend to take their time. In the meantime, stuff can get broken. So if we release everything to within $5 and you don't bring it forth to the town meeting, we don't have enough money to
Right.
do it. So the point is to get the thing all closed out and hold money back. It's like retainage on a contracting job.
Okay, I mean, at some point, it goes beyond reasonable. I mean, I'm asking the opinion of the board with this. I have many items on this checklist that are complete or that require the activity or opinion of the engineer on the project, being Mr. Glossa, and I can't get responses. I send emails, phone calls. You know, I've got items on here. I just don't know what to do. So what's going to happen is this is going to end up going to the 2 years, and I'm going to end up losing $50,000 when there's legitimately $10,000 worth of work to be done.
Well,
I don't know how to handle it. I know that Mr. Glosser is commonly in this room. In fact, he just was.
He's
but-
right behind you.
I know, but there wasn't a convenient time to talk to him. I know he's with other clients.
well, the deal is, we're here to protect the town. However you do your own dealings is not up to us. I'm in the contracting business, and myself, when guys get to the end, I like to hold back more money because it keeps them. So my point to you is, get it done. And then you
I can't get it done. How am I going to get it done? I can't get response. It's all done. I have to have somebody certify this. I'm not going to go clean the catch basins because I want to wait until the last possible minute so I can give it clean to the town.
Well, her items on here is you got some sidewalk to do for $1,000, you got some hydrants to be adjusted and painted, and the gate box to be adjusted.
Well, all those adjustments are on there. Those are mainly more inspection type things. Okay, so there's really no adjustments.
She also has lumen seating and for about,
Right, but the lumen
Okay.
seating is, it's not confirmed yet that it's required. There needs to be an opinion of the engineer, Mr. Glosser, as to if it's even necessary.
well, okay, what do you mean lumen? On the grass strip?
No, this is in the back of the lot where some modifications were made. And the bottom line is, there might be $10,000 worth of stuff to be finished up here. So I'll keep working at it. You know, I'm just letting the board know. I know it means nothing to you, but it's just not fair, to be honest with you.
Well, okay, let's take fair for a minute.
And I understand
This
the
is a
bylaw.
private between you two, because once again, we always seem here on the board want to be shared with the bad stuff, but we never get shared with the good stuff.
I
Being a
understand.
private thing between you two, so if we took you down to 10 grand and this never came through, we'd be stuck holding it, and anybody living on Atlantic Court would have an issue.
If what never came through?
If whatever you're saying with all the engineering, the bounds and everything else that hasn't been done.
It's all been done. It's all been done. I got
Certification
11,000
of bounds, as-built and acceptance, between all those, you got 6,
Yeah, but that's
8,
all,
almost
they've
done.
all been submitted, and it needs the input of this gentleman, who has not responded.
I understand, but that's
Okay,
a
then I
private-
guess I gotta go another route. Thank you for listening.
Okay. Make a motion to reduce the bond to $50,000? Do I have a second?
From,
Whatever it was before, from 200,000.
so he's accomplished a lot that's been on Maggie's punch list?
Yeah, Maggie's.
She goes all through it and updates it.
Yeah, I could go down each line, I mean, if you'd like.
So she's in agreement.
She's the one that said it.
She's the
Okay.
one that sends it to the board.
I'll give you a second.
Okay. Discussions?
I just have one question. Can you just boil it down for me, exactly what we're dealing with here?
There's a bond on the project for completion of
Right.
all
No, I
the
understand.
work that's required.
$200,000 bond, and it's at 50, or he wants it dropped to 50?
We're gonna drop it to 50.
And that's what you're looking for?
He wanted it reduced, I think, even more, but
There's, you know, I mean, it's a good start. However, I would like it to be more, but I know that the bylaws, what they state, they state what they state. I just didn't know if there was precedent. My point is, there might be $10,000 worth of work to be completed here, at the most.
And you say some of the things that you're waiting on, you have to wait for a third party,
Correct,
and that the third party is not being responsive.
correct. And that's gonna cause me to go to November and
But
forfeit.
you'd rather go to November with 50,000 in the bond than 200,000?
Well, of course, yes.
All right, thank you.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstained? All right.
Thank you.
Reduce to 50. 15. Can we have an easy one?
Hancock Court's not ready, that's easy.
That's easy. Sully's done.
And
Okay.
Shady Lane is simply an update from Maggie.
I don't know. Oh, that's Walsh.
That's Walsh.
Do we care? I mean, Maggie's given this to us, right?
She just was updating the board on what's happening.
She just gave us an update, and I'm gonna check a lot of tree ward, but I know the biggest thing she had, as-bills, okay. Grass strip. Did she talk about the trees in this? Yeah, he's gotta do the street trees. All right, there's nothing for us, it's just for information. And Walsh still has the bond on. I don't think we've done any reductions on them, have we? All right.
That was easy.
Done. All right, now, preliminary plan, 26 Baker.
Don't we vote on the Shady Lane?
What that?
We don't need to vote on that Shady Lane?
One sec, yeah.
We don't vote on the Shady Lane?
No, there's not the vote, I'm sorry. Oh,
Right,
yeah,
because we
just
have to
info,
in
typically we,
anticipation.
yeah.
Okay.
No, that's fine, just keep asking. Excuse me?
I'd like to make a presentation prior to their presentation, just to comment basically on
Well, this,
plan not meeting the requirements.
all right, this is their hearing or their discussion. There's no official vote,
Well, that's what it said in the agenda, that's why I'm commenting.
okay? But to jump in ahead of these, no, they get their shot. This is their plan to give to us, so anything you have, you can say afterwards, just like any other one, okay? Just so everybody understands, a preliminary plan is it's an option by a developer whether they want to go to preliminary and then to a final subdivision, or skip the preliminary and go right to the subdivision. Difference is you pay a little bit more if you go right to the final.
Jack, those comments are based on the plan you have. There was a new plan that came in on the 8th.
Oh, okay.
There were no
That's.
comments on the 8th.
yeah, they didn't come in the 14.
So we also have, and given the fact that this is not a public hearing, there's no, our votes don't, we're not binding to this. Typically, developers come in and say, what do you think about this way, what do you think about that way, and they try to get a sense, and that's where we are today. So as far as whether we love it, hate it, or just sit here and look at it, it doesn't hold any legal stature for them going forward. But given that, and the fact that it's not a public hearing, but also Now we got another set of plans that just came in the other day.
Yes, there was a few minor changes that were
Yeah,
made.
but, yeah, that's only like a couple days.
It was
Typically-
after we received a letter from the town engineer, so.
Yeah, I understand that, but, you know, we have our rules, we have our way we like to roll, 14 days, and if this comes in late, we can't see it. Typically, the engineers should meet well ahead of time, make their comments before they even really kind of submit sometimes. So I don't know what's on this, but why don't you just show us what you have on your original?
Okay. My name's Sean Hardy, an engineer with the Ponset Valley Survey Associates. This is 26 Baker Street. It's proposed preliminary subdivision that would be seeking a number of waivers. We're proposing a 16-foot wide paved roadway in with a turning easement or for emergency access. One of the things that is different on this plan than the one you saw is we showed the 16-foot width that was requested from a meeting with the fire department, so we increased the width to meet that. We also changed, as a proposed 1-inch, we went to a plastic water service and had a meter pit shown out in the area. One of the other things that was submitted, we showed on an example plan that we could build this as the by right with the cul-de-sac and the proposed road meeting those requirements with the same, that Lot 2 out back. So both the plans, the example plan as well as the plan that we would be asking for under the subdivision, create one additional lot behind the existing house at the 26 Baker. The other thing we show, similar, I believe, we show two gravel trenches to receive any runoff so that we wouldn't be creating additional runoff out to the roadway. And we had done soil tests that show it's sandy loam and that the groundwater is in excess of 100 inches, so we'd be able to, we feel, meet stormwater requirements when the time comes to go definitive. Certainly would be seeking a number of waivers as far as, you know, street lights, the cul-de-sac, curbing, and all kind of those things that would go with building a formal definitive subdivision roadway, with the feeling that because it's serving one lot, it would basically be, it would function as a driveway.
Okay. And the comments made.
I put them on top, Jim. No, I handed them to you.
I did it. I know you put one on. You need that box.
Yeah.
I'm sorry about
I saw
the,
that. I didn't see it.
oops. I swear on camera. There we go. They weren't on top, they're underneath.
You put them underneath.
All right, yeah, okay. Okay, I'll do the easy one first. Board of Health, May 16th meeting voted, board is not in favor of granting a waiver for the construction of subdivision road, street lights, and sidewalks because both are necessary to promote healthy and safe outdoor activities. Also, the potential owners are aware that if the street is not accepted public way, that they will be required to bring their trash and recycling out to Baker Street. So, all right, Maggie Walker, dated May 23rd. First thing is, the applicants should be aware that Baker Street is under moratorium until the end of June 2020. So any permission on the Baker Street, you gotta go to a hearing in front of the selectmen. The applicant should be aware that Baker's a scenic road, and any cutting of trees or stone walls on public property requires a scenic road hearing. minor thing, A&R block should be removed from the plan, but plan should show zoning circles. The circles ensure the lots are conforming. Fire department should approve the egress. The time of submission of the definitive plan, the engineer shall confirm that adequate site distances both directions. The time of definitive plan, calculations for stone infiltration trenches shall be submitted, showing size, location, bottom of trenches, and above seasonal high groundwater. During the definitive, mutual maintenance agreements, homeowners association, and it suggests that if there's only be one additional home, the home shall have a Baker Street address. If the subdivision constructed without streetlights, should be condition approval. If the board entertains the waiver for a traffic study, it should be requested that this portion of site distance not be waived. If we waive test pits, it should be understanding there's no knowledge of how high the groundwater. And the department's not in favor of street tree waiver since planting trees will enhance the scenic vista. Those are the two comments from any boards. Being a preliminary, that's all we go out to, so. Did you see her comments already? Is that why you went back and redid it?
Yeah, we did some. It was, a lot of it came from the fire department as well. We had met with the town engineer. That's why we had changed the water service to propose plastic and copper coming off the street. Again, through the fire department, I think we had like a 14.5 foot initially wide. They wanted a minimum of 16, so we showed 16. We did do test pits just to confirm, but that would be certainly part of a final design. We have a traffic engineer that we're working with for when we go to definitive to confirm site distance. I think we'd be asking probably for a waiver to the full traffic report, but the site distance, I know the town engineer raised a very good point coming out of there that we should make sure of that, and we would do that.
Okay. All right, we'll start with Mr. Morosky.
Well, I just got this today. I came down to town hall, so I'm not very happy about the fact that I didn't have a 14-day review period. But that being said, the minimum, not having a lot of time to review it, how many waivers are we talking about here? 20?
Basically, you're getting rid of the street. It becomes a
So
oversized driveway, 16 foot.
It's a faux subdivision.
Well,
Right, and we modeled it off of one I think that was recently approved on Peach Street. That it's because it
I wasn't on the board at that time.
because it functions to serve, if approved, it would function to serve one residence. So to go with a full-blown, 46-foot wide and with a full-width pavement and sidewalks and cul-de-sac and curbing, there's a great land disturbance as well as a great expense to go through that to serve one residence.
So you have, how many waivers are you asking for?
It would be approximately 15.
15 waivers? Was that more than Peach Street?
I don't recall offhand, but I want to say it's similar. That's why they submitted the plan, the first version showing what it would look like if it was constructed to our standards. And then the waivers are coming in, as he said, to try to make it more of a wide driveway going back because it's only servicing one residence.
I modeled this off of the approved from Peach Street, so it looks, plan view, it looks exactly the same. The profile and things like that are certainly different because site grading is different, but overall, the width of the road and the proposed drainage, the proposed utilities, those are all in line with what was approved under that other one.
See, my initial reaction when I see this, and again, it's initial reaction, not having had the the time to review the plans in depth, but it sort of reminds me of Article 31 at the recent town meeting, where you're trying to get a second lot on a second dwelling on a same lot. By first submitting a subdivision and then a subdivision plan and downscaling it So you're probably not familiar with that, but that's caused a lot of issues at town meeting, and it still has some issues going forward, even here on the planning board.
Right, but I think that's why we show, it's not arbitrarily saying, hey, we'd like a second lot. We've shown with the exhibit plan that if we were to go forward and build, or ask to build a roadway in strict compliance with the subdivision regulations, we could get that second lot out in the back. So it would be ultimately the same outcome, other than we would now have a full-blown roadway created just to serve one house.
Are we bound by
No.
Peach Street?
No.
Okay, thank you.
It's not GR, so I don't think Article 31 would have.
Well, this is RB.
Right.
Right, so in RB, you can't get, that only happens in GR, where you can get a second dwelling on a lot. But this sort of reminds me of that when you start to downsize the requirements of a subdivision, then it sort of looks like you're trying to get a second dwelling on the same lot, because everything has been reduced.
If they had had the frontage that they needed, they could have done an A&R plan. So I think that is important to note. So they're trying to, and I haven't reviewed the latest revision, so I'm not, at this point in time, with it only being a preliminary, I'm not making any sort of comment or recommendation either way about what I think of it. But I will say that they were just shy of making the requirement for the frontage. Had they made that requirement, they would have been able to do an A&R plan and, go on their way. So they're trying to.
What are they short?
I'd have to do the math. They need 125, what are you short, about 50 or 60? 50 feet. So they have to do it as a subdivision plan if they want to try to accomplish that. The only real discussions as far as our office with the applicant was more on the basis of, with all the different waiver requests, we left it with them that when they filed the preliminary, but more importantly, when they eventually filed the definitive, that they needed to give us a plan showing everything built according to our standards, and then a second plan that shows it with the waivers that they're requesting, so that they could kind of prove that they could actually build it.
I'm good.
All right, the background for you, Joe, is what's happened over the years is people have come in. They can do this now. If you're on a butter or anybody, do you want a full-blown road next to you? And the other thing is, part of this is, does the town really want to maintain that? Now, if it becomes a regular road, we get stuck with it. So you'd have sidewalks, and you have to plow it, you have to pave it, fix it, and all that. And this has been a way of, they take them private, but this shows, if you didn't grant any, if the board didn't grant any waivers, they could still go back and give us a full-blown subdivision. So does it make sense to just, because someone didn't like a streetlight waiver, which, we don't have to waive the streetlights. I don't think you could put a light up there if you want.
We condition this.
Well, this is just a
Yeah,
preliminary, so
and
I
later
wouldn't
on you can.
invest
I think
in
the thing comes down to
conditions.
is, do you really need a 26-foot roadway with a sidewalk down for serving one house that's going to be private?
It's very wasteful, and from a sustainability standpoint, it does not align with up-to-date planning practices.
Secondarily, that road, you want to do as little as you can do on that road, because it's designated.
So that you're
scenic
not
road.
making as much of an impact on the abutters.
But that's,
If you even vote today, though, it's not binding, it doesn't really mean
but
anything.
that's the background to it is, we're going to take over something that's going to serve, and this is Peach Street, we had one down Washington Street, a little past the Bird Middle on the right.
That whole area is full of little private roads. Isn't Holland Way up there private?
That wasn't by us. There was one with a big house in the front where they kind of screwed up their frontage. They thought they were on Washington Street, and they're really on the side, and they had to get a piece from Steve Casey, I remember that. There's one off of Summer Street down by John Murtaugh's house, the same thing they did, because it does, you know, everybody says, we can do a full road if you want, but does it make sense? And from the town's perspective, does it make sense for the town to have to now start maintaining basically a driveway? And all, that's how these have come about. But they have to prove unequivocally that they can do it as a subdivision. There's no, we can't grant them a waiver on frontage or number of square feet. All we can do is, if they want to neck down the road or whatever.
Is the existing home staying, or will that?
Yes.
So no matter what you do, that house stays, it's just building on lot 2?
Correct.
Can any other development occur beyond this?
Not by, I don't believe there's enough area left to do that. So this lot will be 33,000 square feet, and the zoning would require 20,000, so there's not enough to,
No, beyond it meaning other property, beyond this property.
oh, further in?
Right, further out.
I don't believe so.
None of it is vacant.
That I don't know, but it's not owned by the current owner, certainly.
So one of the things that we could condition, if this went through, would be the fact that this would be a one dwelling,
Has to be
a two dwelling with no further continuances.
There's a lot of area behind there, but it's not owned by them.
Right.
But, so we can't tell other people what they can do and what they can't.
No, but you don't, if somebody wants, if this was all vacant beyond there, you don't want them coming in with a driveway and then servicing that other area.
But I think,
We'd
and
have to
I'll
create-
ask you the $64,000 question. You need the land on the other side of the road to make the 25,000?
Over here,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. So that's why it's just
I think
almost
he
hits there.
needs
He needs to go all the way around to get that. It has to be contiguous. If he butted the other lot, he wouldn't have enough, would cut that all off, he wouldn't have enough square feet to do it.
It's got a foot right there.
So he needs that, do you
I
follow?
misunderstood. I thought he meant continue the road through and not.
No,
by
that's
some
what,
other
yeah, that's
area.
what you was
Yeah.
talking about, but I'm
Oh,
saying
okay.
you cut your square footage you need
Right.
for your,
And to do that, it would have to be another definitive subdivision, because we'd have to recreate a road, and if possible, hypothetically, areas could be melted, I don't know, but it's just, to create the road would be back starting all over again anyway.
well, the other thing is, since you don't own it, but what could, just because, and the one thing to understand is, if this goes through someday as a 16-foot driveway, and then somebody up here got some land, then they all get together, they come back and do a regular. This doesn't preclude them at some time in the future with any adjoining vacant land, but then they'd have to make this a whole real road, so. All right, all set. Okay, Mr. Larry, you have questions or something on this?
Robert O'Leary, 776 Washington Street, abutter to this property. I initially was talking about the vote required because I felt the plan lacked a lot of information that should be on the plan according to the planning board rules and regulations. And because of that, I didn't think you could fairly interpret the plan as it stands now to make a vote, or actually an opinion, I think would be better stated. So because of that inadequacy and insufficiency, and some of other issues have been pointed out just listening, I think this decision to send the plan back to the applicant would be in order to submit another plan that meets the requirements so that this faulty plan wouldn't delay the procedure any further. That's what I initially meant to say, but some of the issues, if I can try to do it briefly, it's quite extensive, and I'm finding by listening to you, it's even more extensive than I thought. And this is just a working list of some violations. Already mentioned was section 4 intersections F. I do believe that that has to be site measured as stated. Our calculations indicate it is less than 200 feet. which is in the vicinity of roughly 8 feet short of that. And that's coming in from the north. Now, technically, the bylaw doesn't speak specifically whether it has to be counted from the south, but in this case, since the Baker Street hits Washington Street at a 43-degree angle, I think it has to be taken into consideration that we're not talking just 8 feet less than 200, we're talking over 100 feet less than 200 coming in from the south or the opposite direction. So we did basic calculations on that, and that number will change based on the site survey and where they actually measure the center lines of these roads from. We used some basic numbers. Baker Street actually is 33-foot layout, Washington's 60. In the road proposed 46. Also, concerning the round or the fake round, 95 feet would not be 80% of 125 feet. So this would be a violation of Section 6C3A, determination of lot area and frontage. The easement would create a round that isn't there and subsequently on another's land. And if I read correctly, and I believe I have, the owner of 26 Baker Street has real property and he cannot have an easement over his own property, which is what is shown. If we allow an easement over adjoining land to show frontage for a roadway, we're setting a troublesome precedent that's going to be followed immediately. And I think also what you've heard of in the past, General Laws 48, Section 6, Paragraph 4, Sentence 1, relating to common ownership may also apply here. That a landowner will not be permitted to create a dimensional nonconformity, in short. And that would happen upon creation of 20 Baker Street, the proposal.
I understand your concern, you bring up a lot of points that will
It
come
just
to-
goes on, it gets worse because 9(2)E is in violation.
Well,
They can't
this is-
move forward with
okay.
the subdivision control law because they're short on the lot retained by 424 square feet. They can't even move forward until that's corrected.
No, I understand, I understand. The preliminary is very basic, and I appreciate what you're pointing out. And while you're talking there, I just looked at something that I will go, that's been presented to us. The engineer, wherever he is, I just don't mean, I'll interrupt you for 1 second. Your drawing on June 7th, that will not fly. You can't show, if you think you're gonna show that after the subdivision, it's gonna have to look like this. This right here is the way you'd like to have it if you've got the 16-foot road. That can't happen. This bubble always stays there forever. So you will not be able to put it's gonna have to be like this. You can't take over. That land will always be the 46-foot right-of-way, and everything around the cul-de-sac remains, you can't use that for your own property.
Again, that was what Peach Street had, but...
No, Peach Street, no, they moved the cul-de-sac, but they didn't take over the property the way you've done it on this, because I'm looking at one lot here,
Oh,
lot
you
2.
mean the house?
Well, yeah, lot 2 you got is 25,000 based upon the full build-out, but then you come here where if you did get the 16-foot, you have it at 33,000. My point is you can't do that. It's gonna have to stay, just like, this is gonna be there forever. Whether you full build-out or get approval on a 16-foot, but you can't build within that. That's not your land to do. That stays as it is.
Okay,
It doesn't revert back to the owner.
okay.
That makes sense?
It does. That was different than what I thought was on Peach Street, but you...
No,
that's
Peach
a
Street,
separate
well, what we did in
application, so it
Peach
doesn't
Street, we
matter
actually
anyway.
did move the cul-de-sac down, just, we moved it, he hasn't been able to build the whole, he doesn't own that, he didn't take over any more land. But wherever you follow 46, whatever you need for that cul-de-sac, you can't encroach on.
I get what you're saying anyway. It's a separate application. I understand that.
Yeah, and, but on Peach Street, is that you, John?
Yes.
Yes. I don't want to give him credit, but someone did pull the cul-de-sac, which made sense. I think it was the attorney, Jim Brady, did a hell of a job on that and pulled it back for him and did a good job. But my only point is, when, as Mr. O'Leary's bringing this up, and I'm looking and saying, whoa, so, just so you understand down the road that that wouldn't fly. Okay. Rob? Yeah, just,
So-
if you give a couple more, because the public
Yeah,
hearing...
I'll be very quick.
Okay.
Just in regards to 92E, third sentence, the 424 is below the 50% requirement in addition to the 20,000 that would generally be recognized in RB, given it's a two-family that's abutting. And that's within the bylaws back in 67, 1970, and it exists right now, and you'll find that in the use table, and/or use. Obviously, where is the rear lot determining the illegal frontage? They don't have it. They show 29 feet. They don't have the proper setback. So they don't have the proper setback on either side of this proposed roadway. And as they get further down into the 125 that would be required, they actually come into the garage where the property line is, which would actually leave 17.87 feet from the roadway. So they don't have frontage on the roadway as the plan stands today. Regarding the waivers, they don't even list IV4F, which should be in there if they're going to waive that. And I would question, even though I'm not sure on the IV4C. But as far as the requirements that they don't meet, it would be, well, first I'd request a locus plan. I hope the board would.
Well, see, appreciate your energy on this. Well, preliminaries, if you read what we got in the bylaws, is pretty much a sketch plan. And everything you say is in the book, and everything that's in the book will have to be on the final.
Well, I would hope they would have D, E, F, L, and K included.
Yeah.
They'll have to have everything that's in the book. This is only a preliminary plan, so it's not required at this juncture.
And then one other issue that was brought up regarding the backland. It's undetermined as of yet the fate of the backland, that it would include my property that abuts and the property that abuts me. That has been talked about for a number of years now. So that still is debatable as to the definition of a paper street. So I would throw that at you as far as access.
Okay.
And I would also record, well, it's probably preliminary, but I think it was already brought up, the single-family nature of the area, that this be a single-family residence and/or in-law suite, and that it be restricted to that and its use.
Well,
And that
The
no
town
further
can't grant
subdivision.
use variances anyway.
yeah, we don't, and this has to be single family, it's residence B, so it'll only be a single family, and if you went for an in-law, they don't do it at this juncture, we don't care. All we care is they do the road right and divide up the lots correct. What they put on there afterwards goes down the hall to the.
Well, it wasn't so much asking them to, what they can and can't do with their building. I was speaking more to the street in regards to the waivers, what actually can move along that roadway, given so many waivers are requested. I mean, we might have a busy roadway in the future. And as far as future development, even on this particular property, never say never.
Yep.
So I would be concerned about the traffic along this roadway in the future with whatever this plan is to become.
Okay.
And there are some other issues. I don't think it's for this time, but
No, this is one of the.
thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, before you leave, Rob, do you want to submit that notes?
It's working. It's not signed or anything. It's just in working. I did it last night. I can do that if you want.
If you would like, and make
Well-
it a copy to the file.
But actually what'll happen is when they go to file, that's when we need it, because this will just sit there. You don't take out old files. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Once this goes away, it's filed away in the draw. If your comments
Should
come in based
submit it
upon the
if there's
new
a
one,
definitive
that's when you do
filed.
it. And you probably have more comments on the new one, too. So my suggestion would be just hold your comments. When the plan comes out for real, then you can just add to them.
Also, as they said, there are ways to do this legally. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Any other questions, comments? I know a lot of the neighbors here, or?
I just have a question.
Sure.
What is the process?
Need your name and address for the,
I live on Alton Street, I'm Lynn Carey,
yeah?
80 Alton Street.
Come to the podium.
Baker Street, Alton Street lands on Baker Street.
Yeah, if you want to come up, you'll be on TV. Come on, you can watch yourself. This broadcast, when you're sitting home about 3 in the morning with nothing to do.
I don't really want to be on TV, but the question that I have.
Sure, it looks good. You'll be all right.
The question that I have is, what is the process for either an abutter or someone that is
Okay.
concerned? You show up here, and I had not seen this, I don't know
Yeah.
anything about this, just words of mouth that I found out that there's something going on.
Yeah, the way it works in Massachusetts is this is called a preliminary plan. There's no notification to the abutters. The developer comes in and always just tries to feel out which way to go, because he doesn't want us to go this way and spend all this money to find out, oh, I should have went that way. So as far as that, and nothing we say is binding. So even if we love it, hate it, we typically go, that's fine, have a nice day. When it comes back for regular subdivision, you'll be notified as an abutter, and they have to go through the whole process. It will be a public hearing, and if you're an abutter, what's it, 300 feet, Kate? If you're within 300 feet of the property, what do I mean, no?
Direct abutters?
Direct abutters? You changed your mind.
No, I didn't finish.
It'll be in the newspaper, but if you're not a direct abutter, you won't get notified.
But it will be in the newspaper, and if you get friends next door to it, you'll know about it. But there'll be a public hearing, everybody gets to talk, and it's a more involved plan, meaning that there's engineering calculations. The fire department has to weigh in on it, making sure the access, the police department, the Board of Health will probably weigh in again, sewer and water, town engineer will have a litany of items. So there will be a real formal process that will happen.
Appreciate it, thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Ray? No?
No, just wanted to go through this.
Okay. All right,
You
well,
want to take Union Square out of order?
well, we gotta,
Yeah,
okay.
we decide to
All right,
send them
a lot of
away
people here.
first.
Yeah, okay, we can do that, because it's beyond the time.
Yeah.
All right, any other questions, comments from the board? Okay. There's no reason to take a vote, so you kind of know which way, I mean, you've seen everything else that's happened in the town, so. My advice is, as everybody always says, talk to your neighbors so they know what's coming up. And you might want to just stake out where the 46-foot and the 26 versus, so everybody gets an idea of, what's up with that. So that,
Okay.
that's probably the biggest. And the other thing you have to identify, as Maggie said in her thing, is where the town owns on Baker Street. If you got any stone walls or trees,
Right.
so that you understand that you would have to come for some type of scenic hearing on that.
Yes.
And the other thing is, what we will start to do is, because it doesn't make sense in this town, we have scenic hearings, we cut down trees, but we have no mechanism in which to replant them. But given the fact it's a subdivision, we can make it put back some trees. It's never been, it doesn't happen normally. So that would be my suggestion on all this, and,
Okay,
all right?
thank you very
Very
much.
All right. Anything else, Susie? No, it's just, we made our comment. You want to, Joe, you want to take one out of it? You know what we're doing?
I already have an opinion from the town.
It's good to take it out of order.
We are out of the process.
What, based upon what?
Based upon the Petrosi,
Well, first off, I'm a little direct, I mean, because
I had to come back here.
I didn't get any sort of anything.
right now, we don't have anything official.
No, we don't. I didn't get
And the
anything.
other thing is, there's only 2 members left, so this dies, this is the death
She
anyway.
can vote.
No, Ilana told me.
Said she didn't.
Ilana said she didn't think it was a good idea.
She didn't? She could abstain.
No, it's, you don't want to, yeah, but that's not involved.
Otherwise, we
only
don't have a
2.
quorum.
Yeah, that's right, the whole thing dies. was done.
As far as we're concerned.
No, as far as what he presented is, there's only 2 members left, so the thing dies. Doesn't mean this ain't gonna get resurrected again.
Well, it could get resurrected if the residents appeal, or somebody appeals.
No. He's gonna be changing his mind pretty soon.
No, that's not the way I understood it.
Well, I know I'm in conflict now, but I have a big issue when we have town council ruling on
I
things
didn't
behind
get
the
any
scenes, so I'll
sort of
just step down.
opinions from anybody.
But it could be, without Joe, without something written, kind of, they're gonna kill you.
So unions trying to go around the planning board.
But we don't have anything official, or you guys don't.
What?
I have to abstain.
I don't, I haven't seen anything.
You're out. Goodbye. You can come to the podium later.
She didn't,
Do you want me to
we're
take
taking union out of order.
All right, thank you.
Don't, I wouldn't do the plans,
No, we can't do it.
just the
I don't need
folder.
it. The hour being
he's
after
fine.
7,
What do we do?
excuse me.
The applicant
here,
withdrew.
in here.
We're taking it out of
Gravel.
order. The applicant withdrew.
The hour being after 7:35, we're going to take Union Square Village out of order, and we're going to take that now, since it may be, and hopefully, easier to resolve. Let's see where we go on this. I just want to maybe update, how many neighbors are here or abutters are here for Union Square? Okay. The application for the site plan review was submitted and signed by Mr. Petrosi and Dave Norton, the building inspector, back on December 27th of 2016. And that action caused an application for site plan review to be transmitted to the planning board. And they had a legal notice of a public hearing. It was published, and the notices were mailed to abutters appropriately. And the first hearing was scheduled in February, on February 16th, 2017. The hearing was opened, and our chairman had to recuse himself, and the acting chairwoman was Liz Gaffey at the time. And that hearing on February 16th was continued without testimony. So that was the first time the public hearing was opened. So no testimony was given. Let's see. The hearing was opened. It was continued. It went to April 20th at 7:30 with an extension of time for decision to be made by April 30th. Again, the applicant asked for a continuance without testimony, and it was granted 4-0-0. When April 20th came, again, a continuance was requested by Mr. Petrosi without testimony. It was granted, and it was continued till today. So here we are, June 15th. It's the third scheduled public hearing regarding Union Square Village. The previous 2 public hearings, no testimony was taken. Now we have a problem. 2 of our members that sat on those prior hearings are no longer here. Liz Gaffey is the town clerk. John Murtaugh decided not to seek re-election, so both of them have left. But more importantly, something happened last week that sort of threw this whole thing into a little bit of a problem. And I will read for the record what happened. Basically, on June 8th, Dave Norton, the building inspector who signed the original site plan review application, wrote this message to, email to Rob Truax, who is Mr. Petrosi's engineer. It came to my attention last night at the Zoning Board of Appeals meeting that you are coming up on a hearing before the Planning Board for site plan review for the project on Burns Avenue. As you may know, unlike a special permit, a site plan application does not come to me for a signature before the application is filed, so I did not see this until tonight. The requirements for site plan are very specific. Under section 13.2.e, it reads, quote, "All uses requiring a special permit under section 5B, except for 1, 2, and 3 family residences, uses or activities that do not involve any changes to the exterior of the structure, and for those uses or activities specifically exempted from site plan review in other section of the zoning bylaw. Your project is a special permit under section 6C4, which is now connected with 5B, for 14 one-family residences, which would make me have to conclude that you are exempt from site plan review. If you are going to withdraw your application, please let me know. I will be reaching out to discuss the floodplain very soon." So what happened within 2 hours of Mr. Norton's email, Mr. Petrosi submitted to the planning board a letter, and I will read that for the record. Dear Mr. Chairman, upon further review of the Walpole zoning bylaws, specifically section 13.2.e, it has been determined that the site plan approval for the proposed development entitled Union Square Village off Burns Ave is not required. Therefore, please accept this letter as Wall Street Development's formal request to withdraw the application for site plan approval dated December 28, 2016 for Union Square Village. In addition, since the hearing for this application has yet to be opened by the planning board, it is requested that the fee paid by Wall Street in the amount of $3,394 be refunded to Wall Street. Thank you for your attention in this matter. So the question now is, where do we go from here? And we have sought town council legal opinion, or we got a verbal opinion. We got a request, was put in writing so that, with some questions, but basically, here's what she had to say. It's now up to the building inspector and Mr. Petrosi to determine how site plan will be decided. Site plan is the responsibility of Mr. Norton. However, the ZBA conditions could include site plan criteria. Now, any resident or abutter can appeal this decision to the ZBA in order to bring site plan review back to the planning board. The planning board only deals with what comes before it, and the applicant chose to withdraw from planning board site plan review. Now, some may say that Mr. Petrosi would be better off going through the site plan review process because it's more productive, more prudent in terms of his relationship with the town and his relationship with abutters, and you can get a lot of issues resolved that way. However, it was his decision to withdraw, and there's nothing basically that we can do about it unless there is an appeal and the ZBA decides with the appellant. The planning board, however, may put Union Square Village on its agenda and unilaterally send its proposals to the ZBA for consideration if no appeals are applied. And the ZBA could condition the planning board proposals if it so decided. So, we are out of the game, so to speak, unfortunately, unless someone appeals to the ZBA and it's remanded back to us. So the ball is basically in other people's courts right now, and unfortunately, it is not in our court any longer. So I will, if the board has any questions, if anybody out here has any questions, Mr. Conroy.
Step to the microphone so you can be on TV.
It's not right. You know, I'm in a butter. I know these people. I've been doing this for a long time. It just amazes me what I read. It comes down the hall or from Boston is not what I read. This is incredible, okay? Let's give some facts to this, and I'm not lecturing you guys because this is going on tape so that someday when it goes to court, there is a record of it. First off, we changed this in May of last year, asked the Eastover. We said you had to go to site plan if it was more than 3 families. The interpretation by our building inspector is, well, there's single individual units. It's not a single family. It's one whole lot with 14 individual ones. But what amazed me, we did it last year, didn't hear anything from him. He signed off on McSherry on Pleasant Street. Signed it, said go. Not even mentioned there. Signed this one. All right. Nothing. Now all of a sudden we're backtracking. That's a big issue. That is something that I think the Board of Selectmen and us neighbors are going to have to address, because how do you back off like that? It just kind of blew my mind like that, and I think all the people out here too. It's like, wait a minute, you changed. Officially, I'm sorry. The planning board has nothing from anybody, from Mr. Norton or anybody that says this is out of our. We have a copy of an email. A copy doesn't mean anything. It just means you can read it. There's no action for this planning board to take. The other thing for this planning board is the fact that there are only 2 members left. This was opened on the 5th of April, and it actually was opened on the 16th of February, I believe.
16th of February.
16th of February. Liz Gaffey read it per the notes, and then they read something. So it was open with 4 members, of which there are only 2 left, okay? So, as it happens with every developer, every applicant, right around March, April, do you really want to go forward with an application with a chance of you're not having the same members back? Well, we don't have the same members back. So therefore, in my opinion, but every opinion I've ever had for 25 years, over the last 10 years, has always been overruled by town council. Every one of them. It's amazing. I'm batting OFA. Done this for this long, and I'm batting OFA, and I just reading. You can see the frustration level I'm having here of what's going on. Now, you really want to get down to what it means for the town. 4 hearings for him, and now at the last one, gone. There's been 5 for zoning board, 5. They've taken testimony twice, I've been both of them. Every time the zoning board, when something's been brought up either by myself, the Campbells, or one of the abutters, Matt Zuka, rightfully so, the chairman, says, you're going to site plan, that's site plan. That's gone now. All the comments have gone. So basically what's happened is the people who had their day in court thinking they're gonna come here don't have that day anymore. So can they make it to the 26th of July to that meeting? Who knows if they can or they can't. But what's happened is the rug's been pulled out, and you have a legal problem with that. But on top of that, we also have McSherry, what the town is going to have to wrestle with, because they lost it on a special permit from the zoning board, 3-2, but it also took them an extra year coming for site plan. There was a lot of, so if I'm McSherry right now, I'm talking to my client saying, look what they just did. I don't quite understand what happened here. But also in the email, it indicated that he didn't know why Rob Truax sent it. He signed the application. He couldn't have got it before us. The application's been signed. I don't understand what the change of heart is. But the problem with this change of heart right now is that it set up this town for a lot of problems. McSherry, the zoning board, and so on. As far as this board is concerned, at least my opinion is, you guys can't vote anyway. It goes by the wayside. It just doesn't mean it can't be revived. Doesn't mean Mr. Norton could change his mind again, because he's already done it. He said, yes, you need it, now he said, now you don't. Now, but you've already had 2 applications filed, one that went the whole route, which was McSherry, and now this one. And those are the only 2 that have been filed since we changed it in May. So now it's like, town's gonna look at this as a whole legal thing, like, what are we getting into here? And do we have any, I don't wanna say rights, but we got a few issues here. But the biggest thing is, I sat through that whole meeting, both of the times with zoning board, and they kept telling, I kind of stayed away from planning board issues because I knew it would come in front of you guys, but they would ask things about the road, you're not upgrading the road, and the planning board. And the next hearing is on July 26th or 7th, whenever that occurs. They were here they went to every one of them. And it's, to me, there was a developer a long time ago that kept pushing off. And as I sat there and I watched, one night it'd be full, I want another hearing. Don't open it. 5 times. So pretty soon there was only one guy left. I saw what was happening. It was a way to wean down the crowd. That's my opinion what's happened here. Continued 5 times the zoning board, 3 times the planning board, and then this. No, he tried to wean down the crowd. He knows he's got a problem. It's the way he operates, all right? He operates in a very offensive manner, and so don't I when I get somebody doing that. And I'm particularly not happy with the fact that you just look at all the continuances. Had this gone when it should, we never would have had that ruling. Thing would have been up and done by now, whether it went up or down. But by pushing it off like this, and I don't think it's any mistake that he required this to be on the 15th of January after the election. Because he was hoping one guy who couldn't participate on it would have no standing with the board anymore. There'd be no reason. He could have had it the 1st of June. He could have had it the end of May. But he decided, there's an election coming up. That's my opinion. Why else would he have pushed it off to the 15th? So what I think is it's been a contrived process, and you know who's lost in all this? These people. These people. Have I lost it? Yeah, I own property there, and I've lost it too. But I've kind of lost faith in the whole town and the whole process. It's like, you live here, and you can't even go by what's on the stupid book anymore because someone else is giving an interpretation or it's coming out of Boston. That ain't the way this is supposed to happen. And the other thing is, these people live there. Mr. Petrosi doesn't live in Walpole. But we seem to be given more, I've seen it on more subdivisions and more special permits around here from people who don't even live within 50 miles of here, come in, everybody rolls for them. Now you got people in the town who are gonna live here, contribute to the town, and they get it tucked to. I mean, keep going on longer, Joe, if you like.
Oh, a lot of what you said was said by me in a conversation this afternoon.
And what I also find very interesting about this whole thing, there has been no correspondence or anything to this board officially. I've asked for it from anybody. It's just like you guys do, because everybody wants to stay away with it. Should have happened. As soon as he issued that, he should have issued something to the planning board, said, this is my ruling, and it should have been immediately sent out by this board to town council, and immediately got back a legal opinion. We didn't have any of that. This has just been another one. Slide it down. No need to look here, folks. Just keep it going. That's what's concerned me. That's why I am pissed. Because I am tired of sitting here night after night trying to do what's right, and people just slide things right by. And these people here have done everything within their power to do it right, and they're getting it tucked to them too. So I don't know how much more I can say about this. As you guys understand, I'm preaching to the choir, I hope. I'm not taking it all here, Mark. But I am just venting my frustrations over what has happened here. And this is just awful. You pull a site plan while an ongoing zoning board is, and nobody is here who controls this, who said you can do that.
I have a couple of questions, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Who's representing Union Square? Is that you, Phil?
Nobody is here from
Nobody's
Union
here from Union
Square.
Square?
Nobody here for that tonight.
Where's the building inspector?
Not here.
He's on vacation in New York.
All right, so anybody that, I've been on this board now for a year, and if you look at my voting record, I'm pro-development, but I'm not pro-loophole. And there's a process in place, and the reason there's a process in place is because development can be good in certain places, and it can not be appropriate in other places, but the only people that decide whether or not it's appropriate are the people that live there and the people that sit there. And if we're taking that opportunity away from them, because the building inspector, from the words I'm hearing, quote, found a loophole, that to me is a problem, and at least deserves discussion. So whether I agree with this project moving forward or not, I completely disagree with the process, and I think we should do whatever we can do to at least have someone come in here and explain to us the thought process and give these people an opportunity to speak.
Well, I will,
They can go to the zoning board.
They can go to the zoning board, but
I will,
if you are taking the planning board out on a loophole,
I know.
who would ever come in front of the planning board
What I
again?
would do is, I would, if we have to live with this process, okay, which apparently we do because the zoning officer, the zoning enforcement officer has quite a bit of say in the interpretation of that bylaw. If we are going to live with this process, what I would recommend is that we have a working session on this particular development and then come up with our own concerns about Union Square and then bring those to the attention of the ZBA, who can then insert our proposals or our conditions into their final decision.
I'll just say that, remember, they
Which-
don't have to take any
Right.
stuff.
It would be the equivalent of any citizen going before the ZBA and giving their opinion.
I'll make a proposal here, it's gonna be you three, all right? Here are the facts we have right now. Do we have anything from the building commissioner of the town of Walpole says he doesn't have to go through site plan? Does this board have anything official?
Yes.
Do we have anything official from him, written to the planning board?
Directly to the
To the planning board, not a copy, Joe?
No.
All right, so therefore, from a legal standpoint, this board has never been officially notified that he doesn't have to do that, correct?
Correct.
We don't have the applicant here tonight asking to withdraw. All we have is a letter. You don't even have a chance, an opportunity to discuss it with them. You don't have the building inspector here. You had mentioned to me earlier that maybe Sarah can vote on it. My opinion is, no official letter. You guys gotta take an action tonight, some way, somehow. So my opinion is, him not being here, nothing presented, voted down. Throw that one out. You don't have anything in writing to say that this board
Well, you have a letter from Petrosi.
requesting, but you don't have to do that. But he has a letter, but he doesn't even show for that. That's how confident he is in this. And remember, you don't have to let him out. That's his opinion. Lou Petrosi gave you something based upon what he was given by the building inspector. We don't have anything official that says, dear planning board, per this, blah, 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 blah. He doesn't have to do it. We got a copy of emails. Everybody gets copies. Copies are not official legal. So now, therefore, this planning board should have to take legal action and should either vote it up or down tonight based upon what's in front of you.
So we have a hearing that was continued to tonight.
Correct.
And no one showed.
Correct.
And we don't have any documentation from any office, agency, or person within town hall that has authority over this that said they don't have to be here.
Correct.
Joe, thoughts?
Well, a lot of what's being discussed was discussed this afternoon, and this is what the process, I'm being told by town council what the process is. The issue is, are you gonna go against your own council?
So town council approved this,
This is,
town
and
council approved this, or did town council approve
the town
fact that
council
Dave
has
Norton
not
has the right
responded.
to
Town
do this?
council, I gave Mr. Johnson, when I saw this, when this came in, and you all should have gotten a copy, right? I responded to this because I knew that Jack had to recuse himself. So I responded, and I did not want to violate any open meeting law. So I let Johnson know, and then Johnson, I gave him what I thought was a way to resolve this, and that was forwarded to town council. However, she was not available to write something down, but we were able to get her on the phone today, and she was able to respond. And that's what we have, verbal response.
Okay, that's where I'm going with. You did an admirable job. You're trying to, is once again, We have nothing official from the building inspector. Guy doesn't show up, and all we get is a verbal out of town council.
What did town council say,
You
Joe?
gonna write your check for your taxes?
Joe,
Because
can you
I'm not.
fill, can you fill
It's
Sarah and I
unbelievable.
in? Jack, hold on one sec. Can you fill Sarah and I in
Because I
on what
wasn't-
town council said to you?
And I was
It's what
not-
I read.
I wasn't part of that
what I
conversation
read.
either, so I would like to be updated too.
It's what I read.
Oh,
That-
Well, you didn't
that
read it
it's
under
up-
the, you
it's
didn't
now
read it under
up-
the purview of, that's what town
Okay.
council said. So.
It's verbal, I said, the verbal legal advice from town council. It's now up to the building inspector and Mr. Petrosi to determine how site plan will be decided. Site plan is the responsibility of Mr. Norton in this particular situation. However, the ZBA could condition, could include conditions in the, for this, that involve site plan criteria in their decision. But if any resident or abutter wants to appeal the building commissioner's decision, they can do that by going to the ZBA. So the ZBA would have two actions in front of them, the Union Square Village proposal and an appeal of the building commissioner's decision. So we only deal with what comes before us. The applicant withdrew. Now, my position was with town council was that the building commissioner signed this initially back in December. It was the same building commissioner who now has got a different interpretation of it. Now, I think my email said that, what was the basis of this? Was it divine revelation that all of a sudden he decided that, we didn't have jurisdiction? And that's where it was left off with town council. Now, obviously, when you have, and she mentioned this, obviously, when you have site plan review, we're all working together. It's the planning board, it's the applicant, it's the abutters. A project especially like this, and this particular project, trying to come together and trying to resolve a lot of the different issues in that neighborhood. So it is to his advantage, is it to Mr. Petrosi's advantage to have a site plan review by the planning board. However, he took advantage of the building commissioner's decision and withdrew. And he's also asking for a refund, which I don't even know if this planning board
He's
has...
not getting a refund until he comes back in here and
Well,
asks for one.
I don't
so.
even know if he can ask for a refund, because the only criteria for fees is that we accept the fee at the time of the application and at the time of the hearing, along with the abutter cards. There's no provisions in the site plan review section of the bylaw that says, how do we give back money? I think that's another issue that needs to be resolved, but I don't,
But at a minimum, he should be here telling us what happened, closing out the hearing, and asking for his money back himself.
Right. My sentiments
And as
exactly.
Mr. Conroy said, we don't have anything official before us from, the
Correct.
building inspector to actually rule on, so.
My comment from out here is, you, the board right now, have zero. You have a lot of hearsay, she said, he said, all this. We have nothing official. You're put in a corner right now. The corner would be voted down.
We're
Just vote it
also
down.
in a
Might as
corner
well
be-
get that in there, let him try to climb from that. Why should these people, because you have everything on your side here. You don't
Well,
have to take him, allow him to
The other
withdraw.
issue that we have is, I was told, because there was, I specifically asked this question, and apparently there's a different interpretation coming out of this. I was told in the discussion today that I asked specifically, because no testimony has been given, and we had all these continuances, it would be my belief that Sarah could vote on this, because no testimony has been given.
Go for it.
And I was told, yes, okay? And I was told that, even she could vote however way she wanted to, but that would also make for a quorum. If now I'm hearing that she cannot vote,
Can I speak to that?
then we don't have a quorum.
But you heard it directly from town council. So you heard it yourself, you asked the question whether she could vote, she told you to vote. My opinion right now, this board has to take a vote. It can't just walk away and let it sit there, because
I've been on this board for a year and I haven't heard any testimony on this, so, I mean, every time it's just next time, next time, next
And
time.
we were not told definitively that,
let me
that
ask-
Sarah could not vote. Town council left 2 different messages. Kate and I both listened to them, and I think Kate can kind of attest to the fact it was sort of inconclusive, I think is the
When you
best way to
deny-
put it.
Let me ask this question. When a board denies site plan review, the applicant can appeal.
Correct.
Okay. Can the applicant come back to the planning board and ask for a reopening of that decision?
Once something, I think the bylaw is probably silent on that.
I didn't see
Just
it.
from memory, but I would think that once a decision was made, if they appealed, and then, you know, it was determined that they had to come back before the board, I would think you'd need that to be a new public hearing, because the hearing gets closed and voted.
And their appeal
And you would need
be-
to re-notify
their
everybody
appeal
and
of a-
start again.
Their appeal of a planning board unfavorable action would go to the ZBA?
I don't know for site plan, I've never seen that done before here.
I think it's written in there, but you could take it to court if you want. My only suggestion here
Jurisdiction.
is, you know, as a resident, a concerned Burn Ave resident, nothing to do with this board, is the fact that if you do turn it down, it has to be for a specific reason, and you have to give all sorts of reasons. And the biggest reason here is because the applicant was not here and never presented anything. Nothing. So then, how are you gonna get around that? But my opinion, Joe, and I'm putting the pressure on you guys, is
Okay.
it's time for Mr. Petrosi to face the heat, rather than these people and me.
Right.
Just vote it down and let him try to figure that out.
I can agree in my heart wholeheartedly with you, and I have a lot of time invested in this. This, to me, is like about a 60-hour investment reviewing plans, revised plans. I think when he first started out with duplexes, and then he changed to, if I'm correct on that, right? He started out with duplexes, and it was a extension that went out to Union Street from Burns Avenue. So all these amended plans and everything, you know, I had to review. So, but at the same time, Jack, I have to protect the town. And the town council is advising us how to proceed in this matter. So, while I understand, and I would have asked Mr. Petrosi a lot of these questions, you know, now I'm in a predicament in terms of making sure that the town is protected and not sued on a frivolous lawsuit based upon the fact that he didn't show when he was told by the town that he didn't have to show.
Okay, can I read this? Because we all read things quickly, okay? This is from Mr. Petrosi, Wall Street Development, dated June 8th. It's the only official thing this board has received. And what it says here, upon review of the Walpole zoning bylaws, specifically section 13.2E, it has been determined that site plan for the proposed development entitled Union Square Village at Burns Ave is not required. Therefore, please accept this letter as Wall Street's request to withdraw the application for site plan dated December 28th from Union Square Village. In addition, since the hearing for this application is yet to be opened, by the planning board, has requested that Wall Street receive his amount of $3,394 be returned. All right. Legally, this is all this board has. Lou Petrosi, in his infinite wisdom, has determined that this is, he can pull out. That's all. You have an applicant who says, I'm out. You don't have anything from council, you don't have anything from the building inspector.
Okay,
So
but we
you know,
have
tonight,
we have our representative who got a copy of the building commissioner's decision.
Yeah, I got a copy from him
And,
the other day.
right,
But
and,
it's a decision
and
change.
the Petrosi withdrawal letter. All of this has come, it hasn't
But-
come directly, but it has come to us.
But unless I'm mistaken, if this goes to appeal, that letter, his email has nothing, because it can't be admitted, because it was never sent to this board officially. All you have right now, from an official standpoint, Joe, I get tired of people saying, well, you got a copy, you got a copy. Do it right. This is a very important thing. Do it right. Everybody involved with this is not here. All you have to rule on right now is you have a letter from Mr. Petrosi who says, I don't need to do this. Give me my money back. Wow. I wish, that's good.
Jack, let me ask you a question. If any applicant for any development project came in and even if they didn't continue a hearing, sent a letter to withdraw,
Yep.
what would our action be?
An applicant can ask to withdraw because he doesn't want to go forward with it.
Right.
That isn't what he said. I'm out of here because I don't need it. He's giving you his opinion, that he doesn't need you.
But he was told that from another
But we don't
town
have
official.
that, we don't have, do we?
So let's say we don't have that, but if he, let's just say that no matter, because the sky was green yesterday, I want to withdraw. If an applicant wants to withdraw, what would our actionable item be? To just say, okay, no
You're
vote?
allowed to withdraw, and typically they call without prejudice. You do that in zoning, I'd like to withdraw. We've had a couple over the years. Okay, they fold up their tent, maybe the development isn't panning out, maybe the buyer, something happens. It happens on a rare occasion. You can't hold them here. But he isn't asking to be withdrawn. He's telling you guys he doesn't need to be here. Big difference.
Well,
Can we withdraw with prejudice?
you know, Jack, I'm trying to, honestly, I'm trying to find every way to hold their feet to the fire here, but in listening to Joe and listening to that letter, I think our fight is with the building inspector, first, unfortunately.
Okay, but I'll just back, I'm trying to calm it down a little, Mark. But really, you represent the people here, and all this planning board has from an official thing is a letter from Petrosi.
I agree with you, and I'm trying to
And
find a
and
way to
everything else
get
is-
around that.
Everything else is hearsay.
I would
And if
love
you
to
go-
do nothing but vote it down, but I don't know if it
and-
has any teeth.
Let me just tell you, based upon my experience with some of this, even on my own, and an attorney that I've used, is if it isn't in that folder, you can't bring it to court for evidence. So we don't have anything, I keep saying, well, you guys don't have anything in your folder from the building inspector that says, no. You might have a copy that someone gave you, but you don't have anything. So if you went to court that's appealed by everybody, why'd you turn it down? Based upon Petrosi's letter? Well, we had hearsay. No, there's no, you have
But
to
with an
have it.
official letter sent to this board to withdraw, what choice do we have but to allow them to withdraw?
Well, the
We don't
building
have to give them money
commissioner's,
back,
the
but-
building commissioner's decision, a copy of it went to Liz Dennehy, and Liz Dennehy then forwarded it to us. So he's using her as a conduit because he knows that she represents the board in terms of staff communication.
But to Jack's point, the only thing officially we have to the planning board is that one
Right, there's
letter.
that's one of the issues that I brought up. There's no opportunity to discuss this with the building inspector, the building commissioner. So all we have is his decision, and quite frankly, when I saw the fact that your project is a special permit under section 6C4, parentheses, which is now connected with 5B, I thought that we did something under Article 31 at the spring annual town meeting that caused some type of problem here. And I questioned that, and I was told, no, there is no, this is a loophole by itself
Well-
that all of a sudden he found.
Well, I get 100 people, 99 will agree with what I'm saying. Days based upon a single family is equal to a single unit, which is, but regardless of that, is you people are being asked, he's not withdrawing because he says, I want to withdraw. He's withdrawing because he said, I don't need to be here. There's a big difference. So if you allow him to withdraw, you're in agreement with him that he didn't need this.
Is it your opinion that we don't have to accept his letter to withdraw?
Correct. You can vote it down.
My-
You got the hearing open, you just vote it down, because he didn't show. And the reason why you voted down is because he never presented.
Liz, do you have an opinion on that? Not that I don't trust yours, but I just want to hear it from someone else. Because if someone withdraws, who are we to say that they can't pull back their
But
application?
Mark, he's withdrawn because he said he doesn't need it. There's a difference. If he said, I'm just going home, that's fine.
I agree that it's something that we all want to come out swinging, but I don't think the reason matters. If he wants to withdraw, and I could be wrong, that's why I'm asking you,
But-
much more experience.
But he's asking you to withdraw based upon saying, I don't need it. But he's giving you no evidence to that effect.
I agree with you, so what I'm saying is, if he withdraws and he was mistaken, he still
He'll have to
does not have a
refile.
site plan review. So our fight is with the building inspector on the loophole.
But
The applicant has the right to
You're-
withdraw,
you're-
unfortunately. I agree with
Your fight
you.
right now, Mark, and if I, you can tell, being on this side's a little more fun, I can get a little more going on. But think about what they left you. They knew this was a contentious thing, and everybody connected with this is gone. Where's Alana Quirk Town Council? Where's Dave Norton? Where's Lou Petrosi? The only people here are the ones who are affected. That's what we're looking at. So, if you vote it down, let him fire up his lawyers. I mean, what else can you do? I mean,
Well, I don't think,
He's not gonna refile, because if you refile, you're under the new bylaw, that Article 31 that
no,
passed
no,
on.
I'm gonna tell you something, Joe. That was said he said that at the zoning board meeting the other night. Oh, he's all set, which I was kind of taken back. He said that doesn't affect him. I didn't see any paperwork to that effect. It
If
should have
he-
been proven
if we
by
allow-
Wall Street that he isn't affected by it.
if we move forward with his withdrawal and do nothing, the only way for him to get back in front of this board is to refile
Correct.
with another fee.
Or
Correct.
if the ZBA,
Unless
And if
you
the
Request
ZBA,
that
if the
he come before
ZBA
us.
denies his request,
Well, if they
When the-
deny his request for the special permit that he's before them for, then it's,
then it's done.
yeah.
Right.
And he could always appeal that decision to.
But
to
that's
court.
time that these people can get up there and speak their mind,
But-
while we're asking Dave Norton what's going on.
But you are going to allow him, in my opinion, to withdraw. He is giving you a reason why he's withdrawing.
I think he has withdrawn. That's my whole point.
No, he can't withdraw. He's asking you to withdraw.
What's your thoughts on that?
You don't
That
have,
section of the bylaw is worded a little strange. It, as Jack was mentioning earlier, it says that after the public hearing notice has been published, that an applicant may request to withdraw without prejudice. That said, it doesn't really go any further to specify
Whether or not we
what
wanna allow it.
happens if the board, doesn't approve it, the withdrawal without prejudice. Like typically, and I think Jack touched on this before, that's a term, the withdrawal without prejudice, that you see in Mass General Law, Chapter 40A. It has more to do with zoning proceedings, special permits and variances. And what it does is if the zoning board, for instance, doesn't approve of a withdrawal without prejudice, it makes it so that they can't refile the application for a certain amount of time afterwards. Obviously, this section of the bylaw has incorporated some of that language, but it doesn't really go on to say, well, what if? What if you
All right.
don't want to allow it?
How do we word a motion to vote to not allow the withdrawal without prejudice and keep this in play until we can figure out what's going on with the building
I don't
inspector?
think you can do that.
Kate, do you know, when are they extended through?
June 30th.
Because withdrawal, there's no way I would let them withdraw without prejudice at this point. So how do we word a motion that covers us in
The
that?
issue here is, you have no testimony. There is no testimony on this
You don't
case.
show in court.
So if
you lose.
if you do something, if you deny the application, you have no testimony, what's your basis for denying the application?
What if we just deny his
Your
withdrawal?
basis, because he didn't prove anything. He's the one that didn't open it. Nothing to do with you guys.
Well, he's relying, he's relying,
But, okay, let the courts fight it out, because so far, our group is.
we cannot show that we did not know. We knew or should have known. We
What
knew
if we deny
or
the
we should have
withdrawal?
known that this was a decision
Reschedule.
of the building
We don't
inspector.
have another meeting between now and the 30th.
it's not till July that we meet again.
But that might give the ZBA
Now,
an
can I-
opportunity
if-
to.
They don't meet again
Joe,
on that until I
I got a
think July
question for you guys.
26th.
They have a meeting on June 21, and they have a meeting on July 26.
I don't believe that this hearing, I thought it was not until July
What, July
26th.
26th is when they continue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, now, if I brought my counsel forward right now, and he gave you his opinion, would you listen to him?
Of course we would.
Phil, you've just been hired. Come on.
By the way, Phil, I
Whatever.
already asked if we could ask for your counsel, and I was told no, so
Fair enough. You could ask.
I'm glad Jack hired you.
Just saying. I suspect I'm doing this pro bono, but we'll see. At any rate, Phil Mackey, 1256 Washington Street, Norwood, Massachusetts. We'll leave it at that for right now. Just kind of listening to several things. You have a couple issues that you have to address. The 65 days is long since gone. He has only extended through the end of the month. So basically, you do have to do something. You can't just punt it to the next meeting. In my opinion, if you do not deny it tonight, you constructively grant it on July 1st. And as you're not meeting before then, I think that would put everybody in this room in a worse position because he would theoretically have an approved site plan on which no testimony was ever given. As far as what you have in front of you, unfortunately, I would say it's woefully deficient, which no one's really disagreeing. And it puts you in a very bad position. And I've stood here for other clients on many other matters, and usually it's Jack sitting right there saying, Phil, we don't disbelieve you, but if you can't give it to me in writing, do you want to come back next week or 2 weeks or a month or whatever it turns out to be? And it's reasonable and it's proper. So you're really not in a great place because you have a lot of hearsay and the board has nothing in writing to actually act on. So if you wanted to allow him to withdraw, and again, this is the three of yours decision, you certainly could do it with prejudice. I'm not sure exactly what that gets you because like Liz said, it's not a special permit or variance, but nonetheless, at least gives him something he has to deal with. If you opt not to let him withdraw, I respectfully say you actually have to deny the special permit tonight. The site plan approval. You have no testimony, you have no nothing, and you have to act by on or before the 30th of June. And then that really would become an issue for he and his counsel to determine, does that have any teeth? If the building inspector is correct, but we have not had the luxury of discussing it with him, then the denial is irrelevant because that's proper interpretation. If it is not a correct interpretation, then he now has to deal with the fact that he has a denied site plan and refile and start over again, which honestly, respectfully, if town council isn't conclusively saying that Sarah can vote one way or another, and I'm not opining on that because I really haven't even thought that one through, it makes it cleaner for everybody because if he refiles and she's a seated member of the board, there is absolutely no doubt whatsoever that she should hear testimony, vote, and be part of the decision. So that's really where you're at, and I would say one way or the other, the board has to do something tonight. You can't just say, okay, we'll take it up next hearing. And respectfully, if you say no, I think your rationale for that is that virtually no evidence has been submitted whatsoever. And you don't have a written opinion on which to rely from either the building inspector directly to your board or from town council. And I believe Mr. Moraski talked with Attorney Quirk 100%, and I believe what he reported is correct. But what I believe is absolutely irrelevant as far as what the proceedings this board should do one way or the other.
I'm inclined to agree. Thank you, Phil.
If we were to deny it, maybe that will have some weight as it goes before the ZBA also.
I think given what Phil said with, if we let it lapse, then he
Then it would be
skates.
approved.
It's a constructive grant.
Is there any?
We don't
I was
want
asking
that.
Kate
Does the
what the extension
bylaw,
date
does the
was.
bylaw with withdrawal only say you are allowed to let them withdraw without prejudice?
Do you have the?
No.
It says
You
no.
can be with prejudice.
Well, I think it's implied that it can be with prejudice.
But it doesn't.
I didn't think that it
doesn't-
specifically stated. I thought it talked about that they can withdraw basically if they want to prior to the public hearing notice being published, and once that happens, then they have to seek approval of the board to have it withdrawn without prejudice.
Which they wouldn't get at this stage.
I believe that was the only differentiation, was based upon when the public hearing notice.
If I may, just one last opinion, maybe not the last, but at least for right now. If you vote to withdraw, that is an action, and there's nothing before the board, and therefore you did not constructively approve anything. So that's certainly one avenue. And if you vote to deny, he has every right to appeal. And that actually, by our bylaw, I would say would go to the zoning board and then go to court. He might be able to bypass the zoning board altogether, but
In your opinion only, if we vote to deny based on no information, they're not here.
wouldn't be the first decision that was written that way.
It could still go through based on the building inspector's prior authorization that they didn't need to come before this board. However, will they still need to deal with that, in your opinion? The withdrawal, or does it just become moot, doesn't matter?
At some point, regardless of what you decide on this subdivision, you do need to engage the building inspector. It's basically the way this all works through, and we've had this discussion on other projects. If you need site plan, you need site plan, and if you need special permit, you need special permit. You need both. They're conjunctive, not disjunctive. It's not either or. But basically, really what triggers is if you need site plan, he can't issue a building permit until you have it. And that's what really is the teeth behind site plan. If he's going to issue a building permit regardless of what you do, you have a denial, but short of appealing that building permit to the zoning board and then to court, there's no teeth to it. So regardless of what you do, I would strongly suggest, whether it be a working group or in open forum, you have Mr. Norton here and hash this through so that you understand what's really going on. I just wanted to be clear, though, that if you allow him to withdraw, then it's not constructively approved. If you opt to deny based on the fact that no testimony was given, he has every right in the world to appeal, but that's putting the onus back on him. And if the building inspector refuses to enforce it, then that's a whole different discussion. But I hate to see the board constructively approve something by not letting him withdraw and then not doing anything. Because that would absolutely put you in the worst position of all.
Move to deny it. I'd like to make a motion to deny site plan review.
Approval.
Right, site plan approval, deny it.
Second,
Sarah's a second.
if I can.
Okay, any discussion? Any discussion by any members of the audience? You want to weigh in? What's?
Reason.
For lack of testimony.
Lack of testimony. No evidence submitted, lack of testimony.
You are actually required to make findings. The finding can be the same thing, but I would just list out the site plan criteria and say no testimony was given.
Okay, for each of the criteria.
So is that, so your motion, can you just go over it once more, just so that we have it for so you're denying based on lack of testimony?
Lack of testimony.
And lack of evidence provided. I would say you could do that as one vote, and then
And also
you need to
lack
make
of,
the findings.
evidence could be written and verbal, but when you submit a written report, you are expected to come in and testify to that written document, and that was also not accomplished. So it would be no clarification of the written evidence that was submitted, the written submissions. So that should probably be in there as well. So to make sure that on appeal, it is well known that we did not get any discussion, verbal discussion or any discussion of written documentation that was submitted. Now, I mean, you can just take all the criteria. Is that what you want to do?
Well, you have a second, so you should probably complete this vote first and then make a motion to make the findings. And then you could specify that the criteria outlaid in section 13 of the zoning bylaw were not met.
Can we just say so moved?
Well, you've already got a motion on the.
Yeah, well, you already have a motion.
Amend that motion, I make a motion to amend that motion, so
You want the
it was
findings
a-
included
yes.
as all one motion?
all one
Okay.
motion. I really don't want to get into the whole, one motion is all I want. So do I have a second on the revised motion?
Do you want to state all the conditions on section 13, or
Right,
just for the record, or we'll just say?
for the motion. All the criteria.
Okay.
Do I have a second on that?
Yeah, second.
Okay. Okay, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? No? Okay, 300. Are we done? Okay, I make a motion that we close this, oh, we probably should have closed the hearing before we did it. So let me make the excitement was too much for me. So let me make a motion that you stick my motion to close the public hearing ahead of the motion that we just made. So I make a motion to close the public hearing on this case.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, 300. We are done. Thank you, everyone, for your attendance. And we're going to take a little break now,
Yeah, this thing falls apart when Jack steps down, it's crazy.
all right?
Everything just goes up.
Get
in
ready
smoke.
for our next hearing.
Here, it goes on forever. Mr. O'Leary, do you have something before I open the hearing? John?
Yes, please. Just a general comment to the board and to the public as a whole. It seems that we're going away from allowing an elected board to do their job. People we've taken the time to elect to a position, and we're putting it in the hands of people that have been hired or have been appointed to make all our decisions, and I feel that's the wrong direction we should be going in as a town.
I agree 100%. I saw that firsthand in Ross Commons where town council was making all the calls. I went left, she went right, and the others went right, and it's not, that's why I ran, that's why everybody here ran, to make the decisions, not to be taken on. I do appreciate that, John.
We appreciate your work.
Thank you. Okay, the hour being after, well after 7:30, we have Echo Subdivision, and I'll open the hearing. Notice hereby given, hold a public hearing, main meeting room, June 15th, 7:30 for 4-lot subdivision, a waiver request from Anthony Rossetti, 1188 High Street, Westwood, having submitted a definitive sub-plan, sheets 1 through 10 for land off Main Street, shown as assessors map, parcel 40, lot 80, map 40, lot 81, zoning district, residence B, Walpole Resource Area, Area 3. Further, there is a 10-foot wide cathodic protection easement to Spectra Energy and a license for a driveway abutting the property known as Raphael's Function House. That property is owned by John Sanzi, 29 Federal Street, and all shown on the definitive plan drawn by Glosser and Worldwide Engineering, 46 East Street. All right, you like that, John? Okay, before I roll, you got some green cards for us?
I do, Mr. Chairman.
We don't have John.
Yeah, you have a new clerk. Congratulations.
Now, Mr. Glosser, did you put them in the order like the Mackeys do?
There's only 4.
Oh, okay. There you go. All right, you're the clerk, right? So- Yeah,
That's me.
yeah, just check them off against
The abutters list.
Butters list, yeah.
And also, just before we begin, I like to make sure you did pay the site plan, the fee.
The fee for the
Subdivision.
subdivision, yes, all the fees have been paid,
10,200?
yes.
Okay.
All the fees have been.
Thank you.
Okay, and this is come before us without a preliminary, correct?
Without a preliminary, that's correct, Mr. Chairman.
All right, with that being said, go ahead, John.
So, Mr. Chairman, my name is John Glossa Engineering, 46 East Street in East Walpole, and I'm here representing the applicant, who is Anthony Rossetti. and the owner of the property, who is John Sanzi. And I think that probably most people on the board are at least somewhat aware of where this property is. If you were going south on 1A and right before you got to Raphael's function hall on the right-hand side, there's sort of a wooded area, a lot of big white pine trees you see as you're driving by. And it's right past, you would pass Juicy Drive, which is a private street that serves one or two residences. And the zoning is Residence B, so that means that we need to have at least a 20,000 square foot lot, and we need to have at least 125 feet of frontage. So we have, I'm not going to go through the whole set of plans unless you want me to. I know it's kind of late, and you have another hearing that seems to have a lot of abutters, so I'll try to go as quickly as possible. There's 4 lots being shown, and then we're leaving a parcel in the back that John Sanzi is going to retain, and then he's going to combine that with some other land that he owns back there. All of that land, or that land, is essentially 99% wetland, but John's going to hang on to that for now. So these are the 4 lots. We have lot 1 here, 20,000 square feet. Lot 2 here, abutting Main Street, but without, it fronts on Main Street, but its frontage is on Beneath Street, Echo Way, 20,000 square feet. Lot 3 here, 23,929 square feet, of which 17,737 are upland. We need 60% upland. We need a 20,000 square foot lot, so we need at least 12,000 square feet of upland. We have 17,000 there. And then lot 4, right here, 20,233 square feet of land and 14,607 square feet of upland. The subdivision roadway is conforming to all of your regulations. It's a 46-foot wide roadway that ends with a cul-de-sac that has a radius of 52 feet. The paved width within that is, in accordance with your regulations, 26 feet wide, sloped granite curbing on the edge, vertical granite curbing at the radiuses coming in and at the cul-de-sac. Sidewalk on one side. We're proposing it on the north side, heading out to Route 1A. There is no sidewalk on Route 1A at this location, but we will leave the sidewalk in a manner in which we think that the Highway Department, the Mass Highway Department, would like us to leave it. Unfortunately, it's hard to communicate with Mass Highway unless you have a signed set of plans. They don't want to waste their time with a lot of engineers and other people coming in with ideas and, that sort of stuff. So I think the town engineer has addressed that, but I do have a little bit of an in with the Mass Highway, and I was able to sort of get someone just to look at it quickly. And we think it's something that will get approved without any revision, or if there is any revision, it would just be minor. As far as utilities go, I'll just start with the water line. There's a 12-inch water line in Main Street. Fortunately, it's on our side of the road, so we don't have to dig out into Main Street. Main Street, actually, underneath that asphalt is a concrete road, so we really don't want to dig out into a Main Street. And so we're going to tap into that and bring in an 8-inch line. We're going to end up with a hydrant, which we offset to the side of the cul-de-sac. That's what the fire department wants to see now, because the problem is the snow plows push the snow up against the hydrants if you put it off the end, which is what we did for many years. As far as sewer, there is public sewer right in front of this project. Mostly, on this section of Main Street, the sewer is on the other side of the road, making it very difficult for people on this side of the road to connect into it. And I'll tell you why that's important in a second. But and actually I did the plan, it was Joe Bernardi at the time, we brought the sewer across 1A to serve Bernardi's, which is now Raphael's. I think this was probably in the late 80s. So there's a manhole actually right in front of this property, right where we're going to show the road. This property is dropping. It's kind of level, but as you get down to where I'm showing the cul-de-sac, it's dropping very quickly. So we're able to bring the sewer in by gravity to a point here. These houses will connect by gravity. These two houses will have Environment 1 type grinder pumps, and they will pump up into the sewer. I've already shown this to the Sewer and Water Department. I've shown it to the Sewer and Water Commissioners and gotten their approval to do this. But while I'm talking about sewer, and Frank and Shirley Burnett are sitting here in the front, so this plan's already been to the Conservation Commission, and they asked if I would meet with them at their house, and I did. And we talked about, they're on Juicy Drive, so their house is right here. And we talked about their sort of inability to actually get to the sewer. They're down low as the bottom of these two houses here. So what we did is we're going to come out of our proposed manhole here. We've left a 20-foot easement for the Brunettas, and we're going to put the 1.5 inch service line right into their property, so that in the future, if they want to connect to the sewer, they can always fix their septic system if they want, but if they want to connect to the sewer, they'll just be able to have a pipe right there, and there's going to be an easement dedicated to them, solely to them, for that purpose. And at the same time, thinking about it and talking to Rick Mattson, I left an easement across the front of Lot 1 with a stub, so that, Steve Daigle?
Yes.
Daigle. So that they could tie into it. Now, I didn't check into it. They may have already been tied into the sewer, but I don't think so. They are?
Yeah.
Okay, so then, it's no problem. They just won't use it. But there is an issue, or not an issue, but there's, a difficulty for those people who are on the west side of 1A to get to the sewer, because it's a concrete road. When the town built the sewer, they just built it down the other side of the road. And then as far as drainage, and I'll just tell you, I already have an order of conditions from the Conservation Commission for this project. This project was designed in accordance with the stormwater management regulations of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts originally, even though it didn't have to be, but it was a good starting point. When we met with the Conservation Commission, they wanted us to kind of tweak a few things, which, means it's not 100% in compliance with the regulations, but it doesn't have to be, because it's less than 5 single-family houses, and that's the way the regulation reads. But it's one that meets your regulations, where the runoff from this property is balanced. Actually, this is mostly sands, especially on the lower end of this, so in the existing condition, we don't get a lot of runoff. But in the proposed condition, we're showing 2 basins, one here, one here. We have 2 catch basins here in the street that'll discharge into this basin, and then there's an overflow here for that basin. And there's another basin here that's going to take a catch basin at the bottom of the cul-de-sac, and then there's an overflow here towards the wetlands. In all storms except the 100-year storm, all the water stays in the basins and actually just infiltrates into the ground. I did test pits here. This is basically beach sand where these basins are going to be built. So there are going to be no real issues. This basin is quite shallow and can be, actually this one's a little deep, but this one's quite shallow. But in either case, they're grassed bottoms, and they can actually be used as yard, except when, there's going to be heavy rains and you might want to, move your belongings and your children out of the basins if they're in there. As I said, I have an order of conditions, and we have all of the other approvals, so this is the last approval. We did ask for one waiver, and that waiver is pretty simple. The town engineer chimed in on it, and that is, in this case, this is a 20 scale plan. Makes it a lot easier for everyone to read, makes it a lot easier for everyone to see the details on the plan. So we're actually asking for a waiver. I'm not really sure if it's required, but the way your regulation is written, I figured I might as well ask for it, and you can decide if I need it or not. One of the other sheets is 30 scale, where your regulations say 40 scale. So they're larger in view than if I made them at 40 scale. So that's the waiver that we're asking for. There's no other waivers with this plan. As far as the street name, I've submitted this to the fire department and through the planning board at least 3 times. I don't know if anything's come back. We asked that Echo Way be the street name. As far as the subdivision phasing, I know you're going to laugh at me, but we would be willing, and I think it's probably important to put restrictions on lots 1 and 2 so that they cannot directly access Route 1A, and they have to access through the road. And so we were asking for whatever that 5 points under that section. This plan was submitted to the Board of Health. I have a receipt from the Board of Health. We gave you the development impact statements. I'll gladly read through it, but I know it's getting late. If you want me to read through it, I will read it into the record. And then I did submit. So after our meeting with the Conservation Commission and different meetings with the town engineer and the fire department, revisions were made to the original plans that were submitted to the planning board. But 2 weeks prior to today, I did submit, or more than 2 weeks, revised plans. They were sent around to all of the boards, and I submitted a letter stating what those revisions were, and they weren't really all that significant in the sense of the actual makeup of the subdivision. I submitted the conveyance of easements and utilities, the operation and maintenance plan for the basins and the drainage system, and as I said, I have, this is the original, but I see they CC'd you. I have the order of conditions that was issued by the Conservation Commission. So I know this is unusual, but since this was submitted in March, and I certainly actually appreciate the fact that you decided to put it after the election. It made all the sense in the world to me. But as you might imagine, it doesn't make a lot of sense in the world to my client. So I know this is unusual, but I would ask that I can answer any questions that you have and any questions that the Brunettas or anyone else might have. But I would ask if you would close the hearing and vote for the subdivision tonight. You can always ask. So with that, Mr. Chairman.
Wait, John, we haven't even got to anything and you're already asking to close.
Yep.
Wow.
As I said, it was submitted on March 24th, so you have 135 days to act on it.
All right, I'm gonna read some comments.
Okay.
Thanks. Let's see, you sent them to a bunch of people, and didn't get many back, right, Kate?
That's on the revised, you've got them on the
What?
original. That's the revised plan comments.
Oh, do we? Where are the
Those are original.
Where are they? I got Horace's,
That's straight.
and I got this cutie here, but all these, are they stapled, or?
One says original and one says revision.
You probably want the revision.
Yeah, but I still can't even find any comments here. Create easement utilities. Yeah, the ones I had were just the ones from Smitty for this.
That was a street name, and it was Bailey and City.
But did you have any, I don't think anything else.
Oh, God, we're out of control.
Jeff, that pile on the right where you,
This?
yep, they should be in there.
In there.
No,
Oh, here. May 31st.
Are those the old ones?
Yeah, these are the old ones.
We just need the new ones.
All right, we already did this, correct?
No, they revised the plans after going through conservation and
Yeah,
based
but I
on
don't think I
Maggie's
haven't read these
comments.
at all yet, okay.
Like Maggie may have had old ones, but now she'll have new ones.
All right.
So you don't
Okay, well,
need the new ones from the duplicates.
all right, I got Maggie's June 5th. Is that
Correct.
the most up-to-date?
Yes.
Okay. Town engineer, June 5th. This department approves the waivers as requested. Okay, you got approval there.
One for one.
Unfortunately, she doesn't have a vote. The applicant's engineer confirmed the pipe, proposed street name.
Should have asked for.
We got the chief and the captain all like Echo, so you have that. I just saw that.
You really didn't.
The applicant should present details as restrictions on lot 2 by
Yeah, but I said.
the existing driveway easement. What was that, John, do you know?
So the, right here,
Yep.
when you drive into Raphael's
Yep.
there, how you're kind of just going in at a 45-degree angle or something.
Okay.
That cuts across there. That's been there since I remember. So I probably remember back to 1983 or 84, something in that. So it's been there that long. Both properties are zoned Residence B. I don't know how that happens, but both properties are zoned Residence B. And right now, Raphael has a license to use that easement. We're not creating that easement. That easement
Sorry,
is
there.
shown on a plan that Norwood Engineer and drew, I think back in '86 or something. So I gave the documents to Margaret. Right now, there's a license that John Cianzi has given them, and I believe his intention is to give them a full easement upon the sale of this property.
And we talked about the state highway, but that's yours. And draft easement and utilities, which you gave, I saw in here. And, wow. This is the first time you ever got that one page?
Well, no, but, I mean, she had one, I've
Oh,
had.
one before that, okay.
I had,
Okay.
since, and I'm not knocking this, I'm just telling you the facts. I had since March 24th or whatever to work on
Okay,
this with
no, I just want to
Maggie.
make sure there's nothing, okay. So basically, everything on here is, the sewer's not necessarily us, we got the street name, okay. Fire Department, Paul Barry, Deputy Chief, June 5th. And additional hydrant is requested, should be located on Main Street on the north sidewalk.
Yeah, we put the hydrant right here.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, he did put revised plans, I'm sorry. He updated, you did put it there, and the fire department would like the applicant to confirm the turning radius. And it does say there's no update provided. So,
So I had a conversation with him, right?
Okay.
And I said, this isn't my thing. I mean, I'm not saying I can't do it for him, but you have regulations that dictate to me what the turning radius is.
so that turning radius is per our rules and regs.
That's per your rules and regulations. So I said, if you have, and I told them I'd help them with this. If they're having a problem with their truck turning around on these, we can help them develop,
Right.
change them. But there's nothing I can do about that now.
No, it's worked before, I think, the deputy chief's he just started doing these. We
No,
get a
I-
lot of these,
Right,
more site
right.
plan stuff than
Right,
that.
right, and he sort of said that to me, and, but I offered my services. I said, if these things are a problem, we should get together and try to work it out, so.
Conservation filed May 24th. And that's all she said, but you said you're already through with them, so.
I have an order of conditions, I have an
Yeah.
approval from them.
The Walpole Police dated June 14th. The Walpole Police does not have any public safety concerns. Per Officer Luke Potland. Board of Health, in regards to reference plan, Board of Health would like to reiterate its previous comments mentioned by the Board of Health in the May 2nd meeting. These comments would include that we do not support new construction within or near 100-foot buffer vegetated wetlands, especially construction on lots 3 and 4 due to the proximity of the wetlands. In addition, I'd like to see the sidewalk, which is currently being proposed on one side of the street, to be extended to the cul-de-sac and down the other side of the street. We only do them on one side, but, and as far as the lots 3 and 4, that's conservation, that would be the building, not necessarily you, or you.
Well, I mean, right, I'm sure he's gonna hire us, but, in Walpole, as long as you stay 25 feet away from wetlands and, aren't proposing a single-family house, you're gonna get your order of conditions.
Oh, that sounds, the old ones from Maggie, okay, yep, there it is, that were already resolved. And those are all the comments that I have from any board or anybody else. Before I open up to the public, I'll start with Joe again.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the development impact statement, you said a portion of the project is within the Water Resource Protection Overlay District, Area 3.
Yes.
What portion? Is it only in map 40, lot 81, or is it part of it in 4080?
I believe it's just the rear portion of the lot, right?
Wetlands are.
So all the building is being done in 4080, correct?
I didn't.
Is all the construction being done in 4080, or is it being?
No, well, all of the construction is, but some of this land is on that other assessor's parcel.
And nobody's touching that, though?
No, we're not touching that because that parcel is 100% wetland.
Okay, the mere fact that it's included in lots 3 and 4, does that require an 80,000 square foot lot?
No,
Because
we're
it's in a
connected
water
to
resource?
sewer. No. You only need the 80,000 square foot lot if you're not connected to sewer.
Okay.
So we're connected to sewer, so we go back to the underlying zone. What the effect is, if you want to know, is that when these house lots get developed, they cannot cover more than 15% of their lot with impervious surface, or if they want to cover more than 15%, they need to go to the zoning board for a special permit.
Okay.
But 15% pretty much covers the size and type of house you would build in this subdivision. And we already reviewed that for the builder to let him know, and he's comfortable with that. So I don't think we'd be going for any special permits.
Okay, well, I'm going to jump to a question, because you brought that up. I'm going to jump to a later question now, which is, we don't have a drawing of how the positioning of the houses.
Sorry, that's not in your purview.
Well, it's really a crowded lot. I don't know how you're going to get the setbacks inside that.
Oh, yeah. Now, I'm just going to say, though, you can't hold us to this, okay? But I'm just going to show you what we envision the subdivision to look like. So if you go to the drainage calculations, you go to what we call the, do you have the drainage calculations? I don't have the sheets, but if you go to the drainage calculations and you go to the post runoff plan, it will show you exactly what we envision the plans to look like. Do you have them by any chance? I'm sorry.
No, that was, I think, one of the missing,
Maggie and Landis have them.
I don't have the stormwater.
I can just tell you that the buildings all fit on the lots, and the buildings and the driveways cover less than 15%
They
of
would
the
have
lot.
to meet all the
They meet all of the
setbacks
setback requirements.
for that district.
And that will all be within the 15%.
If the builder or someone chooses to go more than 15%, they go to the zoning board, and there's a process for them to get relief. But with the way we laid it out and showed it to the potential buyer here, there's no reason for him to go to the zoning board, and they were conventional layouts. Houses of, I'd say usually we put a 28 by 40 house with a 24 by 24 garage. I think the two houses up front, we had the garages side-loaded. The houses down at the cul-de-sac, we had them front-loaded.
Okay. And I did notice that all the land in 4081, that's right, categorized as wetlands. A portion of 3 and 4 are in the wetlands, 74 and 72% are upland. Right.
You need to have it's not percentage. I don't know what your 70 and 70, what it
Lot
is.
3, you had, well, I took the square footage of the upland and divided into the total square footage.
No,
That's how I
so
got.
the way it's measured in Walpole, okay, you have to have 60% upland of the required lot area. So each of the lots needs at least 12,000 square feet of upland. You don't do any math with what is shown on here as far as upland and wetland. It's very simple
Okay.
calculation.
Okay, now Mr. and Mrs. Sands, you also own an adjacent 3-acre parcel, which is also vacant land zoned RB. It's got an address of Cypress Lane, and that's on map 40, lot 68. And that all appears to be wet, just like 4081. Now, the question is, are all these other lots going to be landlocked as a result of is that a landlocked, all these other lots that he's retaining that are wet, is it all landlocked now? Because the only way of having access is through this subdivision.
I believe it touches a piece over between Raphael's and
I printed out
Clarkson, that touches Main Street.
I printed out the assessors map and I didn't see it.
Yeah, he owns a long skinny piece behind all of
Yeah,
those
that
lots.
didn't, I saw that. That didn't touch. That looked like it was landlocked, too.
Yeah, it could be. So, his wetlands are gonna be landlocked.
Okay. You have a problem with that. The Board of Health discussed these plans at their meeting on April 18th, and that's when they provided the comments to the Conservation Commission. Then again on May 2nd to provide the comments to us. They haven't posted any minutes yet, and so I can't tell why they came to the conclusion they did in their memo that they sent to us. But basically, they're not in favor of new construction within or near 100 feet of the buffer of the wetland. So they're saying that Lot 3 and 4 should not be approved, only lots 1 and 2. Now, when I look at the rules and regulations of the subdivision of land, section 3-3, on page 14, it says, at the time of submission of the definitive plan, the applicant shall also file with the Board of Health. The Board of Health shall, within 45 days after such filing of the plan, report to the planning board in writing its approval or disapproval of said plan. If the Board of Health disapproves said plan, it shall make specific findings of said plan. If the Board of Health disapproves said plan, it shall make specific findings as to which, if any, of the lots shown on such plan cannot be used for building sites without injury to the public health, and include such specific findings and the reasons therefore in such report, and where possible shall make recommendations for adjustments thereof. And I think that what is in state law says that we have to abide by their decision. Is that true?
I don't think that, I think you read a lot of stuff into their decision, which doesn't jive with what you just read.
Okay, well, their
They didn't
minutes were unavailable, so did you go to the Board of Health meetings on this?
Unfortunately, they did not invite me to come to the meeting. They usually do, but they did not. So I can just tell you and I've probably presented, I couldn't tell you how many, but I bet you it's hundreds of plans to the Board of Health, because we do a lot of septic system repairs in
Right.
Walpole. That's their standard language when we do a site plan or a subdivision. Their regulations for septic systems do not apply here because we're going to be connecting to the sewer. And so all of that stuff you're talking about, health and this and that, is not germane here.
They're saying it's close to the water resource protection area, I guess, that's
No,
what
they're
they're
saying it's closer to the wetlands, and the wetlands fall under the jurisdiction of the Walpole Conservation Commission and the Massachusetts DEP. We already have an order of conditions from the Walpole Conservation Commission for this, so I think that, you know, I wish the Board of Health had sent the letter that was a little bit more, had a little bit more explanation, but I can just tell you that what you read and what, from them, and what you then read as to what their requirements are not something where you can take what they wrote and say that those are that I or this plan fails to meet those requirements, because there is nothing here that would jeopardize public health. These buildings are going to be connected to sewer, and when these buildings have been, or this roadway has been designed with an adequate drainage system in the eyes of the Conservation Commission, and they've already given an order of conditions for that. And I can just tell you that in Walpole, if you stay 25 feet back from the wetlands and, you know, show a normal kind of single-family house here, which is the intention, then these two lots in back here are going to get approved, so.
I'm just
Okay.
want
I want to kill
I hear what
it.
you're
I can
saying.
kill it now, please.
No, I just want to tell them that all I'm doing is trying to resolve the issue that the Board of Health has
Well,
brought.
I got the resolve here. This is the problem.
Okay,
All right, well, first off, the fact that my own comment is stay in your own sandbox. They're not the wetlands protection people.
so what did they say?
Well, here's where it starts to spin. To the planning board from the Board of Health dated February 11th, 2016. So we're going right away. And at the Board of Health's May meeting of 2nd, voted unanimously to reiterate comments made at their April 18th meeting to the Conservation Commission that they do not favor new construction within or near the 100-foot. So what they said is they do not favor it, they did not turn down. And it's the same thing. So they didn't say no, they just don't favor.
Okay,
So that's the big difference, but once again, it's a conservation thing, not a, you know, if they cited some health thing, they could have said we don't want it because it could blow into our water and that, but they didn't, they just said they don't support it, so. Just like when they give a comments, they support lighting and all that, and all the time I've been here, Joe, I never seen the Board of Health ever say no to anything.
well, I saw the letter, but I didn't, I'm glad you clarified it, though.
Yeah, February 11th, 2016 still got me a little
Okay.
wondering.
On the waivers that you're asking for, I personally have no problem with the one that you cited, but why wouldn't you be asking for a waiver? You asked for a waiver for the fiscal impact assessment.
Why didn't I?
No, that's a second waiver. And I think maybe just for our own purposes, where we're so used to the traffic impact study that's very elaborate, you didn't ask for a waiver there, but I understand why, but it's really no trap. But I would give you a waiver for that as well.
Okay, I see what you're saying. I didn't specifically ask for it, but it's in the development impact statement.
Yes, but I think, you know, because it's not as what we're accustomed to.
Right, but we did measure the site distance, which is really what's
Yes.
important here, and this is a 45-mile-an-hour street. You can see, as you're coming out of this proposed street, looking to the left, looking to the north, 500-plus feet, looking to the south, you can see all the way past, you know, Super Sales, all the way down there. So I didn't bother to measure it, but it's more than 1,000 feet.
So do you want a waiver on the traffic impact?
Of course, yeah, and the physical,
And you'll
impact.
want to, you said,
Take you home with you.
and you said specifically a waiver is requested for the fiscal impact, so there's three.
Yeah, I understand, Mr.
Okay.
Maskey, and in the future, I will add that into the list of waivers, but in the past, it's sort of just been in the development impact statement where it's been asked for,
Okay.
but I see what you're saying.
The environmental impact assessment, dust may be created during construction but will be controlled with water and/or salt. Salt? I mean,
Salt. Here's a construction man right next to you.
I mean,
Salt to hold down, they put
even.
calcium
even
chloride, right, on the ground.
Yeah, my point was conservation allowed you to, that close to water resource protection area, they didn't have a problem with that?
They didn't bring it up. It's generally not an issue at all.
Yeah, because they don't put salt, they don't put water, they just blows and then.
It just blows around till they.
Okay. And street sweeping is part of our regular, on Route 1A, would be part of our regular.
Well, that's MassDOT.
That's not up.
Yeah,
Oh, that's
we
right,
don't
that's right, I'm sorry.
As soon as
do
they come on,
MassDOT.
it'll be up to, what's his name, Bob O'Brien to come down on them.
Yeah, I'd have to get in touch with
Maggie
MassDOT.
kept the other one. And my only other one is all the lot frontage, just for clarification purposes for my own. Lot 1 was 178 feet.
Just gonna go to the lot. So, you can see your question. We have them all up.
Ballpark it.
106, 130, 136, 126, 160,
Okay.
and 33.
I got lot 3 at 100 feet. Have you got it at 100 feet or more?
Oh, lot 3, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the wrong one. Lot 3, so on the street, it has 100 feet of frontage, and then they didn't give the frontage at the setback, but I can tell you what it is, but,
Yeah.
so you
I couldn't-
understand the way frontage works
It
in
can also be
Walpole?
from the setback.
So in Walpole, when you have, frontage has to be measured at 2 spots in Walpole along the street, and then 30 feet back from the street. One of those has to be the full frontage, the other one has to be at least 80% of the frontage, so for lot.
Now, do you
3
need a notation on a drawing for that to show, otherwise it looks like it's 100 when I saw it?
Yes, he
Does it
will.
have to be
Well,
rectified?
the draftsman should have put the frontage on, that's at the 30-foot setback. and you
Okay.
didn't do it.
Could add a note before the board endorses them.
Okay, a special note.
Yeah.
Poor draftsman.
But it's certainly much more than 125 feet.
He only puts down what you tell him to. I'm defending your draftsman, I'm defending your draftsman, he only puts down what he's told to.
Well, it's not that, I missed it when I reviewed it. so,
You do need it on there, you understand that,
I
right?
understand.
Yeah. It'd be a problematic, especially if you went for a building permit.
No, I want to put it on there.
Yeah.
It should be on there.
I'm all
and-
set, thank you.
Mark?
Thank you, Mr. Mariska.
Just for clarification, Mr. Sanzi is keeping the parcel that's in the back, parcel A.
Yeah,
And it
He's gonna-
says in the note, to be combined with his other parcel. Any insight as to if he has plans for that, or what he's gonna do? Is he gonna try to access from Cyprus, or?
that land is unusable. It's all wetlands. It's unusable land.
And what's the easement that runs along the Raphael's property and then the Sanzi property all the way to the back?
So there used to be a Shell oil line that went from, I believe, from Fall River to Framingham. Is that where it went to? And it was, when we did the sewer connection to Bernardi's in the early 80s, it was active. It had product being pushed through it, but it's since been abandoned. Over on Production Road, they ripped the pipes right out of the ground.
Well, the easement
So-
stays, but it's not being used.
So
anymore.
Shell sold it to Spectra, and I think Spectra's easement says it's going to be used for cathodic protection. So I don't understand exactly why, usually you'd have the cathodic protection with the pipe, but it just says it's to be used for cathodic
where
protection.
Spectra's
It
pipe's
was
gonna go eventually.
33 feet wide, and now they've narrowed it
They're
to
gonna
15 feet.
come in after everybody buys these houses, dig a deep hole and put a new pipeline right through their backyard?
I can't guarantee you what they're gonna do, but it doesn't sound to me like that's what they're gonna do, because they've only retained a 15-foot wide easement, and the easement, that they gave to Sandsy, the description of it says it's for cathodic protection only, which would lead me to believe that they're not going to put a pipe there, but they might be putting some sort of wires or something like that to, take a electric charge out of a pipe, right? So,
Yeah, because the front part of the easement where the lots are says access easement. And then as soon as you get to Sansy's land, it says AGT easement, which is,
so they had, not VHB, but they had a bigger engineering firm draw this plan up. We just simply, took their math and description and placed it on this piece of property.
okay,
I may have that.
thank you.
Just gonna ask, referencing the fire department's comments, they asked about the proximity to the abutting commercial property. Does it present a potential traffic hazard? And it said that there was no update. You have any comments?
Traffic problem as far as where the
Just-
driveway goes into
Yeah, just being
Raphael.
next to the commercial property.
I mean, my opinion would be that it's not a problem. They're, separated by 100 feet or more.
Yeah, but isn't that where you said you're gonna make that lot to have their driveway on the road, not on Main?
Well, so if you want to give us the 5 points, then we would, and you would put this in your decision, we would put restrictions on these lots that they can only access a public street via Echo Way and have, make it a no access from their lot directly onto Main Street. And I think that's important because you really don't want the properties accessing Main Street directly.
I think it's important too, but I guess I'm a little curious. You couldn't just access it if you wanted to anyway. You'd have to go through MassDOT, wouldn't you, for a curb cut?
The driveway?
Oh, yeah, you'd have to go through them for a curb cut, but believe me, I've done it before. They're gonna give you a curb cut.
We could put something in specific, but.
I don't think,
If you put it in your decision, we've offered it to you, so if you put it in your
Yeah.
decision, we're gonna put it in their deed that
Perfect,
they
okay.
cannot access Main Street directly and they must access through Echo Way.
Okay.
Is your question answered?
Yeah, I think we should be put in there.
okay.
And I have the green cards.
You all set?
Yeah.
Okay. The only question or comment I have is just looking at the 1.5 line that the Brunettas are gonna get, connect to their property, and they'll connect it sometime in the future. My only recommendation is, nothing to do with us, but the fact is you wanna test that thing out before everything's all paved and everything, because you certainly wouldn't want them hooking up and all of a sudden you get a blowout in your new road.
I can add that to the plan if you'd like, but I'm pretty sure that the engineering department would require that. They require that all of the pipes get tested before.
Yeah, but remember, this is a dead end, John, it's a future, so would they? I don't know. All I'm doing is cautioning, I'm throwing that out because when that road blows up,
yeah.
if it does blow up or it doesn't work for them, somebody's got a big expense. And if I'm the Brunettas, I wanna make sure my pipe works before I connect to it.
So do they, and, so would everybody, right?
Yeah, but all I'm saying is, just something to consider, since it dead ends. If they're hooking up right away, it's not a big deal, we know it's gonna work, but
Yeah.
I don't know how they tested or whatever, so just wanna that's my
Well,
only
they-
comment.
Yeah, well, they're tested with air, so I mean, I see what you're saying, but usually they, test them with air at the time when they install them, before they pave the road and do that, so, I can write it on the plan, but, you guys probably should put it in your decision if you.
Well, maybe we will. The only reason because if it happens the next 3 years and I'm still sitting here and they come back and the thing blew up, it's like it becomes our problem too. I'm just watching out for everyone,
No,
okay?
I appreciate it.
All right, so-
It's just sometimes it's not easy for me to force the contractor to implement that,
It's on the plan, it's pretty easy.
If you want me to put it on the plan.
Put it on the plan.
I'll definitely.
Contractor
Put it in the
to,
decision.
yeah. put it on the plan, and right there, that way, not the decision, because contractors don't read decisions. They look at plans
I understand.
some of the time.
I
Okay.
understand. It's a good
Just,
thing to do. and I'd hate to see it blow up, too.
will not work.
No.
Okay. Any member of the public, any questions, comments regarding Echo Estates? If you do, I'd ask you to come up to the podium. Well, I guess not. Kind of light night for Main Street. All right.
Move to close the hearing.
Okay. Second discussion. Anybody have any comments? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstained?
I would make a motion to give the applicant a waiver on a traffic impact assessment.
Do you want to do all 3 waivers in one vote?
You want it that way?
Yeah.
It's
All right.
easier.
I would move to give the applicant a waiver on a traffic impact assessment, a fiscal impact assessment, and the requested waiver by the applicant so that the plans at a horizontal scale of 1 inch equals 130 feet and 1 inch equals 20 feet.
I'll second.
Second. Any further discussions? All in favor?
I would make a motion that a restriction be put on lot 1 and 2 for access to Route 1A from only Echo Way.
Okay, I'll second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, okay. You all set there?
Yeah.
A couple of special conditions that should go on there is that the 30-foot setback, or the frontage of the 30-foot setback on the cul-de-sacs must be on the plan prior to endorsement. And also a note that the 1.5 connection to the Brunetta property be properly tested prior to final paving.
Yeah, and actually, there's 3 force main laterals.
Oh, there is,
right?
okay, all force main, how that?
Yeah,
All force main laterals.
All
Then-
force main laterals.
Yeah, then we won't have an argument with the contractor.
Did you need to do anything as far as the phasing? Did you want to specify what he was requesting with the
Do we-
5 points?
Do we get all the little itties we need with him?
We did the restriction for the access via Echo, the pipe condition, and then the frontage before the endorsement.
The frontage on lot 3, the 100-foot, he was gonna
That's
make a...
what he's
Yeah,
fixing
the
that
frontage
for-
at the
for all of it,
setback,
yeah.
and I'll look
Okay.
at the other lot too and make sure it's tallied on all of them.
And then all the notes that are getting added are gonna be prior to
It
endorsement.
all has to be prior to endorsement.
Okay, any other, we all set on that? Can I make a motion to approve with those added notes?
Second?
Second, discussion, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstained?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You weren't brief, John.
Sorry.
There's a whole slew of people out there who were thinking you're gonna be
If the
brief.
Brunettas weren't here, I would have volunteered to go last, but unfortunately, they weren't. Thanks again.
Yes, please. Just stick it.
I know these are hot. You get what you're, so my point is, anytime there's been a little,
My question, I know,
yeah.
my question for the seasons, I didn't do your comments for you guys, I just have the answer.
Freaking town day, or whatever it was. County day. When a $5 million complex, so that's what.
Oh, I didn't go to
What
that.
do they serve up there?
I didn't go to that.
$5 million.
I didn't get any.
Have a half a day off.
Yes, you did.
I ate a
You
piece-
lied?
No, I didn't go to that.
You said in an email that day, but I'm not gonna be in the
Are you
office.
gonna be
I'm
briefly,
at
John, or are you
the
gonna?
outing.
brief like your
I'm
father.
No, that was the employee day at Jarvis Farm.
I thought that's what he's talking about.
No, I think he was talking about the, were you talking about the groundbreaking thing?
No, you were talking about Employee Day at Jarvis.
Yeah.
$5 million.
Oh, yeah, oh, I was there.
$5 million complex we got, so the
We
employees
had
can have a half a day in the
food truck
woods.
Came.
Oh, for this for March?
Free?
Yeah, the health insurance pays for it.
Oh, does it now?
Yeah.
Start looking into that. What'd they serve, like pizza and bad stuff?
No, the food truck came and had, you had a choice of a chicken burger, a regular burger.
Did the food truck pay the $75 Board of Health fee?
Those are
We gotta
revised
look
plans.
into that.
That's
What?
the comments for the revised plans.
I bet he didn't have to.
We do have to look into this. Yeah. There were, they have an external person come and kick the tires.
They have water.
I'm sorry.
No, no water up there.
Inspect the cooler that the ice cream bars were.
You know? But they'll do it to us. They'll do it to us all day.
No, they will. I was telling Joe about it earlier.
They made Finnegan's, remember the smoking ban?
Yeah.
They still had a smoking room here going a year after. It was unbelievable.
This ought to be good.
This would be
You did that
fast.
many?
Come on.
Come on. No.
No, it's not. Phil's gonna be 15 minutes. They complied with everything.
They complied.
The site plan
We
meets
never
all
get a
the
chance to ask them
requirements.
anything about their application.
It meets
Is there a
all
problem
the
with the application?
Oh, a lot of inconsistencies with square footage.
It's all like proposed.
Joe, you're gonna do the death of me.
We're here till 12 at
We
least.
can make a motion to, what is that?
Are you serious?
Anti-Joe motion?
No, yeah, like impeach.
I turned into a
Hey,
pumpkin
don't
at
give me, if
midnight.
you don't want me to look at something, don't give me a lot of stuff.
I didn't.
We try not to.
You came in and took
But you
it.
keep showing up.
But when it's on yellow, I know it's worse.
Here,
Because
here,
if it's
take
on white.
this. Take this
take the yellow.
118
Joe,
page drawing
what is the white, the yellow paper from anyway?
so I can see it.
He runs
Oh, no,
up.
what is it though?
He tears up manila
Is
folders.
that manila folders?
Yeah, he tears the ones up that she sends.
Because I was in a vehicle writing my time.
My father used to take slips of paper and staple them together for
Pumpkin
the...
at midnight, just saying.
Okay, well, we'll see what happens. Okay. Well, we'll see what they got. I mean, they also got filed plans that came later, right?
Those are them right
But they
there.
didn't make the date, right?
We were also blocked out of a
remember, Jack.
review fee.
What is the date on the one
I'm
you
still
just picked
upset
up?
about that.
About what?
No, on your
The
left hand.
review fee.
What is the date on that?
June 1st, so they make
Yeah, they just made it.
I'm gonna set
Yeah,
his
they
fuse
just
off.
made it.
There's no just made. You either made it or you didn't.
So, yeah, it's like there's no
It was
half
like the
pregnant.
11th hour. Like Kate was ready to slam the door in their faces and plans came flying in.
Half pregnant.
You know? Skin of my teeth.
Oh, no. We're not gonna have this give a
She had her
show.
hand on the light switch.
Oh, God almighty. Oops, I can't keep.
Can you review these questions?
my.
Strike.
Do you want me to strike
ones
the
are
ones
not
that
in our
aren't
purview?
necessary, Joe?
This is the slideshow.
26 and 20.
Oh, we're getting a slide.
Just like last time.
Joe, you're not allowed to ask like what color they're gonna paint the building,
I'm not asking
how
that.
what kind of tile they're gonna put in the bathroom.
Well, you get legal notices. Legal notices
You want me to
showing.
ask them to just get into it? The babies and girls.
Get into
Because
it.
it's already 10
Phil?
I think that they're ready to kind of move on, even if the presentation isn't working.
You can even say that.
You know if we could still be hooked up to the computer.
Yeah, don't worry.
We already saw this slide
What
last
happened?
time. It's okay.
It's always the tech that
Well,
kills you.
it's English versus German, isn't it, or something like that?
We're ready to go, it's fine.
Big Latin.
We'll start, and if you get it
Yeah.
going, then,
Yeah, why don't
How's
we
your dad
start?
doing?
My husband's.
well, thanks.
Jack?
What?
They away or?
They are babysitting.
Okay,
All right.
we'll start while they're,
Yeah, I'm ready to go.
okay, with the hour being after 7:31, we have a continued site plan hearing for Siemens. And Mr. Mackey, take it away, please.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Phil Mackey, 1256 Washington Street, Norwood, Massachusetts, as counsel for and on behalf of the applicant, Siemens Healthcare Diagnostics. Until we get something up, I will actually go old school and just talk through where we stand and what we're doing. On our last meeting, which was 5/18/2017, we had 4 due-outs for your board. First was to meet with the neighbors to discuss the fencing and the screening. I would like to report we did that last Thursday on the 8th. Part of your request to the applicant were to stake out the 40-foot buffer line and stake out the berm. We did both of those. To the extent some people wanted to brave the poison ivy, they went and walked parts of the line. I believe some of the neighbors may have done it on their own. I personally did not go into the poison ivy, but the line has been staked for about 2 weeks now. The other issue we did, we conducted during the meeting, was a decision on the fence. Basically, we took your direction, and instead of putting a temporary construction fence, we are putting a permanent safety fence along the common boundary between Siemens property and the neighbors on Hale Road. And we basically provided 2 16-foot sections of fence. One was a wooden stockade, one was a black chain link. And the vote was 7-4-1, chain link, wooden stockade to no fence. So by default, the chain link had it, and that is what is on the plans. And so the second item was install a permanent fence along the Siemens West property line as part of the project. As I've just said, and I'd be able to show you if we had a graphic, basically that is what we're doing. The third item you asked us to do was to review the landscaping plan along the western property line. Again, the same one we've just been talking about. So we relooked the landscaping between the fence line and the actual new buildings or the edge of the parking lot. Effectively, what we did, kind of starting from the outside in, fence goes in. We have readjusted the grading and the berm, so nothing within the 40-foot buffer is affected, which is a change from the plan that was discussed last time. This has the effect of lowering the berm slightly. So what we did, even though it's not in the buffer zone, because the berm is about, again, I can't make a unilateral, it's 75 feet out, it kind of goes in and out. But nonetheless, where the berm is, which is completely outside of the buffer line or buffer zone, we took the requirements of the buffer zone for an area that has no vegetation, which effectively this part of the landscape would not be overly vegetated, for 2 rows of evergreen trees 12 feet apart. And we are proposing to put in approximately 350 trees of 8-foot height across the top of the berm. So that is basically how we've relooked the landscaping along that end. You also asked us, at the request of neighborhood comments and your own, to review the height of the parking garages. So we did 3 things. One, we looked at the north garage, which is the one closest to Hale Road. It was initially proposed as being a 3-story garage, 2 above ground, 1 below ground. We have effectively taken off the top level, reducing the height. We have made it longer, but again, lower. And so that should reduce the visual impact of the garage along that side. You also asked us to look at the capacity of the 2 garages. We took 15 spaces out of the Hale Road, the northern garage. We couldn't take them all out, we couldn't take more out because actual pedestrian flow within the site does dictate that we need to park some people on that side of the garage, or excuse me, the property. However, we did increase the capacity of the garage along I-95. When we were here last, we thought maybe we'd add a floor. What really turned out to be the most effective with our parking garage design was to add a bay, which effectively made the same garage longer, and we're adding 64 spaces there. The last piece you asked us to confirm was basically how do you get a 55-foot building where it says 40 feet are allowed? If you look in the zoning bylaw, one of the notes for limited manufacturing basically gives you a calculation. If you exceed the minimum side yard setback, for every foot you exceed the setback, you get to add a foot to the building. We are, again, I don't have a graphic to show you, but several hundred feet off of the side of the building. So a 55-foot building is absolutely in conformance with the zoning bylaw. Again, if we get there, I can kind of show you or walk you through it. And just so that you kind of get a sense of the parking, because this also came up, one of the questions the board often asks is, okay, what happens if you never build the garages or if you never actually finish construction? Assuming that every bit of factory manufacturing space is built, we are required to have, by the zoning bylaw, 826 spots. The first thing that we are doing as far as the project goes is the site work, again, the fence and the landscaping per the direction of the board, and then parking lots. The initial parking lots will provide 836 spaces, so no matter what happens in the future, if we build the manufacturing and office buildings as presented, we meet the zoning bylaw. This will never be a non-conforming situation. We believe the actual requirements for parking, based on employees, et cetera, is going to be a lot closer to 1,500. So from a practical standpoint, we need to build the garages. But as far as do we conform and are you potentially setting us up for failure? No, we meet the bylaw before we do anything else as far as parking goes. And then the last item was basically to define the construction duration. It caused a lot of concern about the neighbors because basically the way I phrased it, could have done that better, but we actually went back and we looked at how the construction is actually going to affect folks. It is a multi-year project, but as far as site work and construction, effectively, what we showed you with the office building, the landscaping, and the site work, that will all be done within 2 years, definitely. Again, I didn't memorize all of the dates. I keep pointing to a green screen, hoping, or blue screen, hoping we might get there. But nonetheless, the main construction will start sometime this fall and go into late spring of next year. There will be a significant break because the construction at that point will be inside. And then I believe the following spring, there'll be some minor landscaping to finish off that piece. What that didn't include is the 2 parking garages and some other buildings. And basically, we are proposing, because we don't have a start date, so I can't tell you it's going to start on April 3rd of 2019. I just don't know. But effectively, we've broken them up into 3 different areas, one being, and the one that's most, I would say, concerning to the neighbors, the garage that is closest to them and one of the additions onto the building. That, once it starts, is expected to take 6 months before exterior construction is done. The parking garage closest to I-95, I believe, is estimated to be about 6 months. And then there's a addition to the Siemens manufacturing facility itself, but this one is also on the I-95 side, and that is approximately 5 months. So it won't be consecutive, it won't be back to back to back to begin with. And certainly if we get to the point of discussing your standard conditions, we need to get, we would ask that we modify everything will be done within 2 years, because that won't happen. But I can absolutely say that we would agree to the condition that from time of endorsement to the initial construction that we briefed you on at the last meeting, that will be done within 2 years. And then from the time of building permit to the completion of construction of the rest of it, also done within 2 years. And there is anticipated to be a break in there, and honestly, if we keep to the construction schedule, it won't be 2 years. That's not what's being proposed. So in a nutshell, without being able to walk you through the graphics of this, that is what you sent us back to do, and I believe we have answered or done everything you asked, and certainly neighbors are here. I imagine they'll have some comments, but if you have anything for me at this point, I'm happy to address them.
All right, I'll read the comments back from the various boards that we've received. From Margaret Walker dated today. Please be advised, I met with Mr. Maggie and Mr. DeBello. Is that how I pronounce it?
DeBello, yes.
DeBello, to go over this outstanding comments from my letter. While there was not time before the meeting to generate additional, this department would have no objection to verifying comment resolution on a final set of plans, which would be submitted to the board for endorsement. So, and this must have been hers from June 13th. I'll quickly go through them that you're going to go through is detention basins, retention, whether considered dry, time to empty the basins, infiltration rate, test pit locations need several sedimentation control, indicate a 5-foot fence to be installed. She wants to know whether it's a construction fence or permanent. Should be a cross-section each area of the detention with the stormwater standards on 9 of 10. The runoff rate at outfall increases. On page 23 of the O&M references document 626, which was not provided. Sewer, the current applicant is going to be required to any all designs and contract oversight for any location where the sewer has to be upgraded. Site in general, board should discuss whether a permit CO for the new site is dependent on off-site traffic mitigation being completed. That's one, that's a little, what's...
Sure. Basically, I can report that this afternoon, we've reached an agreement with the selectmen as far as Schedule C, which is part of the tax incentive financing. And I anticipate them voting that on Tuesday, which is their next meeting. Effectively, as part of the agreement, Siemens is helping the town get a $2.5 million Mass Works grant for improvements on Coney Street. And honestly, other than that, the applicant is not really involved in the design or final design or construction. We provided an initial traffic study. It was peer-reviewed. Several improvements were suggested. I can say, because this was it wasn't a sticking point, but it was needed or requested to be made crystal clear. No public domain takings are part of this whatsoever. But effectively, we are turning over the reports to the town, who with Mass Works will either oversee it, the state will oversee it, or they'll hire a consultant as to oversee the project. And so respectfully, I would ask that we not tie the permanent CO to a project that we don't control. Because effectively, the town can decide to do everything we suggested, nothing we suggested, something in between. It's not our project.
Well, the fact that it's off-site improvements, well, you have no say over it anyway. You should confirm that driveway radii can accommodate all the vehicles, go over with fire trucks. Fire chief should confirm that sample size is the largest we would use. There's a note about, here we go, do we have 825 spaces, 848, 836, or 831, rather than read it all, is we need like one number?
Correct.
Okay.
And that is shown on the plan, as I said. The initial
Okay.
number is 836, the
All right.
final number is 1,500.
Talked about some not meeting in parking lot 1, this correct size for zoning. Snow storage should be discussed with her. Dumpster locations and trash pickup, I assume everything's inside, correct?
There is an outside dumpster for the office building. It's enclosed, but it's not actually inside. And they'll basically designing it to LEED standards, so it'll be recycling, trash, et cetera. That has nothing to do with the manufacturing piece. That's just the office part.
That's a little odd. Normally, they put that in and kind of hide it, but okay.
Well, if we could show it to you, I would explain it a little bit better.
Well, that's, I guess, why she said that. Talk about parking spaces, once again, on sheet note 12 on C021010. Cuts and fills should be discussed and how long this will take. Sheet C03001 talks about grading within the 40-foot setback. You may need it special permit variance, but you said you're not
We
going.
changed the plans, we
Yeah,
aren't doing that
so
at all.
Nobody's going in there. You talked about chain link, I think you talked about,
Mm-hmm.
and the deposition of the temporary access road after the site should be discussed with what you're gonna do. Is that on the?
Landscaped.
Okay, so that's okay. All right, so that's her comments. Conservation, the applicant filed a notice of intent on April 26th. Oh, I'm sorry, they issued an order of conditions on April 26th, correct?
They voted it, I actually got the decision today.
Okay, so at their April 26th meeting, okay. From the Deputy Chief Paul Barry, Fire Department, and he has the following comments. Will a fire lane between Building 6 and 2 be paved?
I believe we answered those. Lou, can you just confirm that? The fire lane between Building 2 and 6, is that paved?
Yes.
Yes.
So that's on there as paved.
Mhm.
I think you talked about this before, but he reiterated, planted trees must take into account the apparatus traffic.
Yes.
They want a fire department connection signs.
We've agreed.
Yeah, I think that's part of your permitting process anyway. Prior to the construction of the garage is like discuss the fire detection protection of the structures.
Yes, and again, that's part of
It's a
pulling a
building.
permit to do construction.
And construction follows all applicable codes. Health Department dated June 15th. In regards to the above referenced plan, Health Department would like to reiterate previous comments mentioned by the Board of Health in their May 2nd letter. These comments would include the request of proper lighting of the parking lots, adequate sidewalks, trash, and recycling to be provided, bike racks included on the plan, and that the necessary applications submitted to the Health Department for the cafeteria expansion.
Yes.
Okay, and Police Department dated June 14th. Walpole Police Department does not have any public safety concerns. Officer Luke Powell. Those are all the new comments from all the different boards. There's nothing else from anybody else, so. That's what I got. Before I open up we'll start this way. You wanna go first, Sarah?
Sure. I just have a question on the fence.
Mhm.
You said that it was after consultation with the residents?
Yes.
That they were happy with the chain link fence, or they wanted more of a privacy fence?
7 of them wanted a chain link, 4 of them wanted a privacy fence, 1 didn't want any. So we went with the majority.
Huh, okay. That's it. That's all I have.
Just the background, because this, before you got here, is the residents were concerned about their kids coming across and everything else, and they're gonna put up a temporary construction fence. This is, let's just do it all at once.
Yeah, I know, just if I were a resident, I would want a full privacy
Yeah.
fence, so I
Yeah,
just
really-
wanted to make sure that the residents got what they wanted.
It wasn't, I didn't think it.
I have a question, and it might not make sense for the site, but would it have been, if it's gonna go right at the lot line, is it not feasible to allow people to
No.
pick the material?
Because we have to maintain it, and it's not reasonable to tell them they gotta maintain a different fence for every person.
Okay. I didn't know, like, if
And-
they wanted to put up their own and kind of connect back
I
to it,
think,
then it would.
I think
connect
Jack
back.
made a point at the last hearing to put it on Siemens property, correct?
Correct.
Yeah,
Also that they have to maintain.
so they have to maintain. it.
Right. And so it's our obligation, and
Yeah.
it's part of your
Makes sense.
conditions, and we have no issue with that, but it's one kind of fence.
You all set?
Okay, yeah, that's it.
Okay, Mark?
No, I wanted to have questions, but it seems like you guys have done a great job. You've done everything we asked. I'm sure we'll soon hear
Most likely, yes.
how happy they are, but so far, so good. Thanks, Phil.
Okay, my only comment just going by, just the fence, are you putting it right on the line, or is it coming back a few feet, or?
Somewhere between 6 inches and a foot, but back to
okay.
your point of attractive nuisance, we have to stop the nuisance at the property line. And it was also brought up by one of the neighbors, which I honestly never thought about. Apparently, the Siemens parking lot is an access route, or an egress route, I should say, of shoplifters from Walmart going through the neighborhood onto Siemens and out the other side. So to minimize what we can, if we fence off and shut out the egress, hopefully that will at least make Hale and Sander roads less attractive to folks, because they can't get out the back.
Yeah, because once upon a time, when we had that 40B on Moose Hill, they were before us many years ago, and they came up with a bright idea. Well, we can put a walking trail from Walmart up through us. Sure, why don't we just send it on down to 95 and into Boston? Come on, guys. So we're blocking it there too, right?
We don't abut Walmart.
But you're making it, no,
Yeah.
what I'm saying is on Moose Hill, they wanted to have a walking trail
That's
from
probably not a good
Walmart
idea.
to their place. They would have kept going up to Siemens and on to 95 and out of there. That would have been a good deal. But that was my only question on the fence. Joe? Oh, actually, I'm sorry, I don't mean to stop. Liz had some canned comments. I forgot to let her know.
Mine was mainly about the fence, so that was addressed, and just what I would note from last time, in terms of the site plan itself, it was drawn in accordance with section 13, so I don't have anything further.
Okay. Joe?
Okay. I have a question about the square footage. The legal notice, this is always seems to come up on these big projects where you have a big team and the team starts reporting figures that don't jive with other people's figures. So I look at the legal notice and it says it's got an expansion project of 329,000 square feet of renovation, 134,000 square feet of expansion project, renovation of 134,000, eventual construction of 350. Then I look at it, somebody's Jacobs traffic impact and access study, and that shows a different number. And so instead of 813, I'm seeing 813,000 square feet. I see somebody saying that it's 292,200 square feet. Then I'm looking at their drawings, Jacob's drawing, and unless I'm looking at it incorrectly, 00CO2, 0010, both the original and the revision, it indicates 522,281 gross square footage of proposed development. I'm going to use the numbers in your memorandum as the gospel numbers, okay? We got to get, unless I'm looking at this incorrectly or I'm interpreting it incorrectly, there's always some type of number that doesn't really, numbers are not jiving. So I'm going by your number, which seems somewhat, you're consistent throughout, okay?
Try.
So I'm going by your number, which is 815,571, which appears to be close to the legal number. My question on the parcels involved here,
Yes.
map 29, parcel 69, okay, which is the main parcel. It has an address of 355 Coney Street on the assessor's map. It's 63.29 acres and it's a split zone, 47.89 LM and 15.4 RA, okay. Then this other one, map 28, parcel 186, is 19 acres and it's zoned RA. All the construction seems to be on the front part of the parcel.
Correct.
Do you need the other parcel that's RA as part of this project?
The requirements, as they've been interpreted thus far, is that we show everything that is part of a lot. And the lot for zoning purposes is contiguous, owned by the same owner. And in this case, that's the RA land and the LM land and the other piece of land. We're not proposing to do anything on it. It shows that on the plans. But to meet the letter and intent of the regulation, we list the entire parcel. And not to mention that kicks the 300 feet out further into Moose Hill and would notice abutters that otherwise wouldn't get notice. So
But can you use RA land
right now, no,
to justify what you're doing in the LM? You cannot do that, right?
we don't need to.
So I would not have put map 28, parcel 186 even in the legal notice.
Well, respectfully, that has not been the position of this board to date. They've
Okay.
wanted, and again, you're elected with your own mandates. You certainly can make any decision you want, but
Yeah.
the practice has been show everything.
Okay.
Because the converse to that is certainly not in this case, but has been in others, that people conveniently leave things off to avoid other issues. So it's a catch-22.
Well, when you introduced 28-186, that caused me to go to the assessor's map, and I see this little stub road that goes into Hale in the back of the main parcel. Is that access for future?
We didn't create it. I'm sure whoever did at the time probably was thinking that Hale Road would be bigger. There's also a stub that goes out to Moose Hill.
Right. That could be an interconnecting residential development.
Theoretically, yes. But currently, it's owned by a manufacturing plant that has no interest whatsoever in putting a subdivision in.
Well, why wouldn't the manufacturing plant seek to zone that LM?
We actually did look at an overlay several years ago. This board, I believe, voted in favor of the process. We got to Finance Committee, and there was a significant amount of concerns from the Hale and Sander Road residents, and we withdrew the petition. So at some point in the future, if everybody was on board, I would say it would be a potential. But again, we were trying to listen to the comments of the neighbors, and there was sufficient issues with the proposal that it was not worth trying to jam it through town meeting. We were through the petition.
It would seem like it would give the residents more protection, as a matter of fact, because you got Trapole Brook running right through there, too.
Well, Joe, I am not going to
Okay,
argue
yeah.
on their behalf or against it.
It just when you introduced that extra parcel of land, it struck me as, why are they introducing it when it didn't seem to be needed? But if that's I respect that answer. The development impact statement, there's a lot of water here. 2.7 million cubic feet of water, which is 20,196,000 gallons a year. I was confused as to what the development impact statement said in estimating future water demand for the project. It said 160,000 gallons a day. So is that 58,400,000 gallons per year more than you currently use?
No, it's 160,000 gallons a day
Okay.
peak.
That's so,
And just as a note, we did meet with the Sewer and Water Commission. They reviewed all our numbers. They did not have any issue. We have submitted a water and sewer study to them. They are undergoing a peer review as we speak. If there are any issues, we'll address that with them.
okay, my understanding is that the sewer is under peer review, Weston and Sampson.
Correct.
The water, I heard that that Siemens is happy with the 10-inch on-site lines.
We are.
And that is including for fire suppression?
Yes.
Yeah, no, but do you have a tank, fire suppression reservoir tank there?
So yes, Lou DiBella for Jacobs Engineering. There is a buried tank in the rear of the property to serve for fire water and a fire water main that completely goes around the site.
Okay, so it's a continuous feed?
Yes.
And how much water does that hold?
So 250,000 gallons.
Okay, good. And I think that's going to be it for me. Thank you.
All right.
We have nothing further to present.
Screen's dead.
Yes.
What's the matter?
Technology is a wonder.
Gives me a lot of faith the way you guys are doing up there at Siemens. I'll tell you that.
Boy, you're, what do you call it? You're Skyping over to Berlin or wherever must be a joy when this happens too, huh? Wow. When it works. Yeah.
Just one other comment.
Yeah, go ahead.
If they say they can't meet the 2-year construction deadline, do we want to make any restrictions on the end point?
When we vote the decision, we could modify that that standard condition if
Yeah.
the board was inclined.
Yeah, they can always ask for an extension, but one thing I would, I had that written down, I didn't think of it, and Sarah just reminded me, but that's the point, is you might want to put in what your phasing is, anticipated phasing, so that someone doesn't go like, and that way everybody knows what's up. I mean, you know, I know the owners like to tell the contractors they gotta be done by Friday at 3 o'clock, but the owners love to tell the government, we'll be done maybe a month or so. So just some typical phasing of that, so that everybody understands where you're gonna be, when you're gonna be, thereabouts. We all know it's plus or minus, and we would like that, and we should probably have that in there too.
Fine.
And you know yourself, if you don't, if you come back, and at that time, and that might be another idea for them to come back, just in case there's issues, they haven't done something they said they're gonna do. So, you're all set too. Okay, anybody from the public? If you have any questions, comments, come on up.
Hi, Kate Minoy, 42 Hill Road. I appreciate that Siemens brought us out to, explain what they were gonna do and show us the options of the fences. I live at 42 Hill Road, which is, basically my backyard is definitely going to abut this garage. So it's great that they came down a level, but when they had us vote on the fence, the fence, they offered it as a safety device, which is great, but there's no privacy. So now this garage is going to be in my backyard with adequate lighting, and I feel like my privacy is now violated, and that concerns me because it's gonna affect 3 houses mainly, and mine is one of them, and it's just, that's one of my biggest concerns is my privacy will be gone. The chain link fence, I mean, I get why some want it. Me personally, I want something that is I voted the wood in. I was one of the 4 that voted the wood in, and it makes sense because it's my backyard and I don't want to see the garage. The other concern I have is there provides no protection from any dust and stuff that's going to kick up. A lot of the residents that live in Hale now lived there when they did their last Siemens expansion, and to talk to them and hear about how this woman would vacuum her house and then 15 minutes later she had to do it again, and she said her food was filled with dust and she ate dust sandwiches and she couldn't even keep her windows open. So 6 months to 2 years, that's what I'm going to be dealing with. And I just want to know what my recourse is with Siemens. Like, if dust starts coming into my house, do I just have to eat dust sandwiches, or do I, are you going to be, accommodating and doing something about that, I guess, is my concern. And then, I still would like them to go for the variance on the other side, because then my privacy wouldn't be violated. I wouldn't have to worry so much about dust sandwiches. And, the other thing is, if they're can come down to, they've already expanded so many times. What's to say during this phase 2, they decide, well, you know what, we actually do need the extra parking spaces. What's to keep them from going up another level, I guess, is my other concern. So if it's there, they can always go up, but if it's, if it's on the other side, then it just doesn't impact me anymore.
Okay. You got some answers, I'm sorry, let Mr. Mackey answer some of those, if you could.
Again, we went with the majority, and I can't make everybody happy. And she is absolutely correct. Her lot runs up against Siemens, and the garage is on the other side of the buffer, on the other side of the wood line, and it looks a lot less intrusive now, but I can't say that they're never going to see anything. As far as privacy goes, chain link is chain link. As far as screening goes, regardless of what kind of fence we put up, it won't screen anything on the property. The issue is the berm is actually higher than the fence, and the garage is higher than that. It's just the way the topography goes. Without putting something you see on I-95 that's 50 feet high, you're not going to screen the garage. So that actually was one of the discussions amongst the neighbors. What would they rather see, a wooden fence or something that's going to blend into the background? I get it, she has completely, I won't say different, but not the same concerns as some of her neighbors. That is what we're kind of stuck with. As far as going for the variance, we could go up, we could go wider, we went wider. There was no reason to go up structurally, it just made more sense to make it is bigger, we just didn't make it higher. As I said earlier, we can't remove all of the parking from that side. Again, one of your criteria is safety of vehicular and pedestrian traffic inside of the site as well. It just doesn't work to put all of the cars on the other over by 995. It's not the way the site is laid out. As far as ever putting a second floor in the garage, we're in somewhat new territory, as a garage isn't really a parking lot, but at least the way I would look at it is if you're wanting to add another floor, that is certainly adding more than 8 spaces, which is the threshold for site plan review. So at least as things stand right now, I don't know what the bylaw is going to evolve into or become. I would argue that if we wanted to put a second floor in that garage, we're back here in front of you with notice to the neighbors talking about what we're doing and why. We are asking you to approve the plans that we've submitted, and those are the plans that we are with. As far as construction sequencing, your comments are well taken, and I don't have any problem breaking that out in your standard condition.
Okay,
That's it.
For her edification, even ours, how much time you guys gonna be spending on the Hale Road side? Because the only thing you're really doing over there is the parking garage, right?
Initially, we're doing landscaping. Okay, fence first,
Yep,
then the berm and landscaping,
yeah.
because that was kind of get that up. And then over the winter, springtime, we are expanding the parking lots, which will be below the berm. And then that will be done. And then at some point in the future, when we build the parking garage, then we're back over there. The office building itself is kind of in the middle of the site, if you remember correctly. I won't say it has no impact on them, that would be wrong, but it's certainly not the same as what will happen when the garage is built.
Will the garage be built before the,
No,
no, so you're gonna build the
we're effectively putting in the all
Surface
landscaping,
parking.
the surface parking, then
then
the
building the
office
office,
building.
and then building the garage, if you get to it.
Right.
They don't have to build it even if they get approval, right?
All right, another question, I don't know if you can answer it, but I'm sure the engineers can. What is they must have a whole section on dust control within their contract specifications that are passed on to all the contractors?
So, yeah, part of our general conditions has dust control. The neighbors brought that up in prior meetings, and we understand that there's an issue. We also know that there's been other construction, and some of that dust may arise from just roadway dust, right? There's Route 1 that goes by, that creates a lot of dust. 95 creates a lot of dust.
Yeah, but, okay.
We will
but
do everything on this site that we can.
Hale Road and you are next to each other. Route 1, you gotta come up through Sander Road. Dust's gonna get a little tied by the time it gets there. But you have something within your specifications, but you also have the fact that we can condition it naturally. You have to do dust control, and if it becomes an issue, your first line of defense will be going talking to Board of Health. They're the ones who can shut it down. They have the power to say, it's too dusty. They can shut anything down, and no one can top them. The most powerful board in this state, more than selectmen, even more than this board. But they can say, no, they shut down because it's a health issue for dust. But they should have that within there, okay?
Yeah, and I would also mention, based on previous experience, we are looking at a different way of basically stockpiling dirt off-site instead of on-site. That caused problems in previous constructions. It's not what we're doing here.
And there's gonna be significant, you said you're putting a row of trees on top of the berm?
Yes. it's about 350 trees. It's a
On top of the
double
berm,
rows.
though?
Yes.
And before someone else wants to speak, when you put the fence up, you're just gonna let it go, so at some point, you're gonna have IVs, you're gonna have stuff just growing through it. You're not gonna keep that fence nice, like you can
No,
walk it,
it's-
like walking the wire on
I
a
don't-
prison.
I don't believe so.
If you're just gonna let it go. Okay, so at some point in time, there may not be much being able to see through the links anyway. At some point, not in the first year,
idea
not the
of the
second. but-
buffer is that it be as natural as possible, and we are intending to keep it that way.
Was that some of the thought process on the chain link versus the privacy fence?
Thought process from our perspective, and again, not everyone agrees with this, is a black chain link fence initially is going to not stick out as much. And I've already heard tonight, one would prefer something to stick out, so I can't say I have unanimous buy-in on this. But it will tend, as much as a fence can, blend into the background, and eventually plants will grow up near it, on it, through it. We have to maintain it.
Sure.
And so we will do that, because that's one of your conditions. But that was kind of our thought, whereas a wooden stockade fence, it just causes, from, again, our perspective, more problems than it actually solves.
So, different properties may want different things, so I'm sorry, I forgot your name.
Caitlin.
If Caitlin on her property wanted to actually facilitate ivy growing up that fence, even though it's on your property, would Siemens have a problem with that?
I don't think so, but I can't commit to that one. You're basically asking me to authorize folks a land right, which I can't do.
Okay, but if it was growing there, you wouldn't cut it down?
I don't think
Unless
we
it
have
was
any
hurting the
intention of
fence.
going on the neighbor's side of the fence whatsoever unless it's absolutely necessary. But again, the beauty of a chain link versus a stockade, we can do everything from our side.
Right, right. Okay.
All right, anyone else?
How are you? Thomas Benoit, 42 Hale Road. I'll try to keep it as short and simple as possible. I know it's getting late for everybody. We were at a presentation last Wednesday? Thank you. It's been a busy month. And they did a great job, I have to say. I'm impressed and appreciative of the effort that they put in for, the abutting community being us. With that said, there was a few things that had come up that didn't really jive too comfortably. One of the things being that when they had their last expansion, Walmart had legal ability to force them to spray dust. We didn't have that on Hale Road. Now we also weren't afforded that justice in the last construction. Walmart was able to prevent them legally from doing it because it hurt their business, having dust in their parking lot, their products,
So in
things
other
like
words,
that.
you're saying that Walmart had
Walmart-
something that did not allow Siemens to,
And as I believe we should have those same rights. We just didn't have the legal ability to force a large company to do so. I would like to see mitigated spraying done during the construction. With that said, with the discussion of the fence, they had the fences up, which was really appreciative. We had a meeting. As the meeting ended, and it was dark out, as we were all leaving, we were brought to the fence area, and we were told, now we need to vote right now. They can do what they want, no fence, I understood. In a professional world, for me, the right thing to do would have been, before the meeting started, show everybody the fence. Now we all had an hour and a half to see the fence, think about the fence, instead of having a 2-second view of the fence and saying, this is your future, make a decision. The 4 votes for the wooden fence were 3 of the houses that are gonna be on the side. All the rest of the votes were for houses further down, which will not have the garage. The 1 vote for no was the middle house in the garage. So,
do you have any insight, not to interrupt you, but do you have any insight as to why the other houses preferred the chain link?
Aesthetics.
Just aesthetics?
I can't speculate.
It's not there, there's not a garage,
I mean, because we have to take into consideration everyone's views on the street.
A vote's a vote, and with that said, we have to respect that. I think that the way that the vote was come to was not, in my eyes, the most professional. But it is what it is.
A lot of people actually that weren't there, I don't know if they didn't get a letter or not, don't even want a fence. I mean, the discord this has created, I guess, amongst Hale Row, which is a pretty tight neighborhood, you know, I mean, it's hard to see 42 and then go down to the street at 66. 66 has no reason to need the fence or whatever number down there, because it's their backyard's not being affected, but now because up at 42, their backyard is going to virtually have a parking lot behind it. It's really put, you know, not neighbors against neighbors, but like people's lives are, people that are used to looking out at their backyard at just green are now going to have, you know, a chain link fence, and that puts a damper in the people. I hate that it's come to this. I really do. I hate that it's in my backyard. I hate that I'm going to look at a garage one way or another, whether there's a fence there or not. And honestly, a chain link fence, to me, I'd rather no fence. We've done with no fence for this long. I'd rather no fence, because you're still going to see the parking lot lights. You're still going to see people coming in and out of their cars. There's nothing being done about the fumes that are going to sit in the garage because they're not ventilating it. A chain link fence, to me, is in my opinion, because it's my backyard, it's as good as a safety fence. Like, so, I don't know.
Well, when we had voted, I had asked the same question you did. Why couldn't each property owner choose? And I believe, does anyone want to answer? We were given an answer why that wasn't an option.
Again, we have to maintain it. We have to put it in. This is an accommodation for safety. As you brought up, it's attractive nuisance. We can argue yes or no. We're not arguing. So we believe it's reasonable, but it's not reasonable for us to now pick and choose fences for 15 neighbors or 11. I forget exactly how many.
But once you put the fence up, you're not going to maintain it.
No, we absolutely are going to maintain it. It's required.
Chain link fence, you're just going to let it get overgrown. That's not maintaining a fence. I'm kind of confused as to what.
I think they meant they can maintain it from one side, whereas a stockade, they cannot do that.
Yeah, but if there are three
Phil,
fences in the...
did you give the neighbors a copy of the landscape plan to show them?
I asked if we could have that in email, but we were told we had to wait till tonight.
That landscape plan is pretty extensive.
It is.
I mean, the trees that go on the berm and everything, so that would seem to be a pretty good screen for right down the line.
That is what it's intended to do.
So, but the neighbors need to see that.
Well, I wish I had something I could show you.
He said 8 foot tall trees?
There was a meeting where the neighbors we were invited, and we did get to see the plans for the double berm. We did get to see where we'll be in the property line. We got to see the 40 feet, the 75 feet for the 4-foot berm, which we were originally told would be a 6-foot berm, and now it's a 4-foot berm. And then we're gonna have 8-foot trees, which I believe you guys said today were gonna be 12 feet apart. So we're gonna have 8 feet trees that are 12 feet apart. We'll eventually grow in, right? But they're gonna be doubled, so that will be helpful.
You don't want trees on top of one, that type of tree, those spruce trees on top of one another, they're just gonna grow into one another and they're gonna die off. The branches are gonna die off. You have to space it and allow them to grow. But the landscaping plan is an extensive landscaping plan. I would urge Siemens to give the neighbors a copy of it and go over and explain the planting. And I think that may allay some of the concern about the privacy. I thought the submersion of the parking lot and the moving of the parking garage to the 95 side was a good option as well. And frankly, I'll tell you this. I looked at some of the Siemens financial statements and annual reports going back, and this is a very risky project for Siemens, a very risky project. And I see the word eventual in their legal notice that they put out for this public hearing, and the eventual parking lot. You know, there could be a possibility, and I'm not saying that it'll occur, but there could be a possibility there won't be any parking lot. They operate in a very risky financial setting, and they are related to a lot of healthcare policy and regulations that could change overnight and affect reimbursement. So $300 million investment to them could be a lot less, depending upon what lies in the future. So you may never see a garage, you may see one, you may never see one. It'll depend on profits. But I think that overall, what they've done in terms of the garage and in terms of the plantings and even the accommodation of the fence was pretty good.
Oh, absolutely agreed. As neighbors, I don't think any one of us are complaining about the effort that Siemens has put in to accommodate. It's more so that the abilities could be put elsewhere. So in our last meeting, was it on the 18th, I believe, we were told to come back in large numbers for the variance. We were supposed to come here in representation to help Siemens fight for the variance on the 95 side, so there wouldn't need to be a parking lot. That's what we were told in the last meeting. I wasn't able to come. I watched it on television. I have 2 small children, but that is what was said. So we were really hoping that we could come here and kind of negotiate the possibility of getting a variance for Siemens so that they could expand above the 6th floors. That is what we were hoping as a community. We're really grateful for what is going on as far as them being able to work with us. But I want to, make sure that as a community, we're doing the most that we can for the companies as well as for the residents. Does that parking lot need to be in our backyard? It absolutely does not. Is it a convenience? That might be the wrong word to use. Is it more feasible to put it there? It is. Is it doable to move it? I think it is as well. I would just like to see it be considered. I'm also a little bit concerned about the construction of the expansion, not for the parking garage, but the building that abuts Hale Road. As they start using those pile drivers, my house was built in 1953. I'm certainly going to be doing everything I can to check and maintain my foundation. But there was going to be some extensive vibrations going on in the ground very close to my house. And I have a house, like I said, 1953. It's a little bit older than myself. I'm not sure that I have the money to excavate, deal with cracks, things like that, or even be able to know within the first year or 2 that it happened. It's a huge concern of mine. A few of our neighbors, I know that we've talked about it. Buying an older home was something I chose to do, but being at risk of losing my foundation due to neighbors was not something I expected. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you guys very much for your time.
Thank you. Phil, what's the foundation design? It's not piles, is it? Spread
Cement footings.
So it's just excavation, just digging and wide footings, right? You're not driving piles, you're not driving sheets, you're not...
Yes.
Okay,
Go ahead.
so it's only one section. I'm Mike Perica, I'm the facility manager at Siemens, been there for 31 years. Basically, the area that we're need to excavate and actually put sheet piles in has been previously excavated in the last expansion. It is on the Hale Road side. It's the building 4A footprint that you would see on your plan. Nature of the need for the sheet piles is the close proximity to the parking areas that we need to maintain to keep our employees on site. So we don't have the ability to slope the grade as you typically would with another excavation. So we don't have the chance to bring it back to a 3 to 3-to-1 pitch on the grade, so that's why sheet piles are going in there. That's the only area that sheet piles will go in, and we were right up front with the neighbors in our discussion with that on the 8th as well.
Okay, and what's the height you guys are retaining, how much dirt?
I don't know that answer off the top of my head, to tell you the truth. I'd be taking a guess.
We're not talking 60-foot sheet piles.
No, we're not talking 60
You're
foot.
talking basically like putting up retaining blocks. just
Yeah, so
to-
we've got a 20-foot deep basement, okay? So the sheet piles are gonna come up above that 20-foot level so that we can.
Oh, it's at the basement?
Yeah,
Okay, so it's across where the parking lot is
Yes.
supposed to be?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Okay?
All right, anyone else in the audience? Come on.
How's it going, everybody? John Buckley, 62 Hale Road. Seems like all the concerns are the fence and the parking garage. I will agree, this is my wife. The night we voted for the fence, it was pretty spur of the moment. It was here you go. I live down the bottom of the hill where the view's virtually unaffected. So when we go through the thing, my thought was chain link because it blends in. You don't see it. I'm not worried about, a direct visual impact. And I think a lot of other people's thought was the same thing. I will say this, as talking to people in the neighborhood, people that were at the meeting, people that weren't at the meeting, it seems like there is a cutoff on the road where basically nobody even cares if there's a fence or wants a fence, you know what I mean? And I was just, at the risk of going backwards, and even if it's myself or someone else, is it possible to,
Give the people that are directly affected at the top of the road what they need,
And
the
just-
privacy they need, because they're the ones being directly affected.
and just leave the rest out, really? I mean, and if it was me, I could, sorry.
The reason I'm saying this is because he's acting like it's too much work to deal with doing 2 fences, which I think, in all reality, I think maybe that's the least you can do for some of our neighbors that are being so affected by this in their backyards. So, can we at least try to accommodate the people that this is literally going in their backyard? I am actually lucky enough that it is not. Will I still be affected by all the construction? Yes. But why can't we try to help the people that this is actually going in their backyards?
So what I offer to suggest that somebody does is it possible to get a list of addresses and signatures right up the road? I'll put them right in order. I can do it and get it to you guys in whatever time frame we need. And 62 Hale Road, I don't really want a fence. I know my neighbors left and right, don't really care, want a fence. And the fence may be stockade for the 3 that voted stockade. They may be the only ones that even care. You see what I'm saying? I think that night it was a vote and it was, hey, guys, we need this now. This is what it is. I don't think anyone really thought that was the final thing. That's really it. And then my only other thing tonight is Siemens did drop down the level in the garage, which is great. That's a kind of small victory for a small neighborhood. Huge victory for a small neighborhood. Is it possible to get anything in writing? Because I'm sure like the foundations for this garage haven't changed. I'm sure the foundations are still capable of being built up, right? I'm just making an assumption there, but
I think Mr. Mackey already stated that they would have to come back in front of this board.
Sure.
To do that. And a lot of things would have to change for this board to change, because I believe that we were the ones that kind of initiated some of the measures that they need to take. So we're very cognizant of the impact that it has on you, and would not, at least this board, I mean, who knows who's going to be on the board in 3 years, 2 years? That's up to you guys, right? So, but I will say that it would be difficult to get something like that after commitments were made for the reasons the commitments were made. Was for the benefit of the neighbors, for us to then reverse that in the face of what you're looking at, so.
But on a legal end, is there actually anything that can be put in writing
I don't know the answer.
Aside
to that.
from just,
Well,
I mean,
there's no need to put it in writing because they're gonna come back and go through the permitting process. That is the legal, because you
Oh, yeah.
can't do anything. It's just like if you wanted to put a deck on your house.
Yep.
You know, you could probably put it up there because no one goes up there and no
Sure.
one ever knows, but someone to put another floor on a parking garage, I think someone would know about that.
I'm just concerned with, like, say what Mark
Yeah, I
just
think
said.
what he's saying is, this board does have the option in the future, if we wanted to allow them to add a floor, that we could. So his question is, and I don't even know if I agree with it or don't agree with it, but I think his question is there something that can prevent any board from authorizing another floor on that parking garage? And I don't know the answer to that question.
If they needed a
Instead of a
height
zoning.
variance for it, then the zoning board would come into play, depending on how high it was going to be. They would need to apply for a variance.
There's nothing that can be written in our decision saying you cannot expand on this.
No, because now you're precluding them from doing what they need. We're ruling on what they have in front of
Okay,
us.
yeah, I
not-
mean, again,
not-
I
not in
don't,
the
I don't know
future.
what we can do, what we can't, but.
One of the problems with the fence, and that was brought up by all the neighbors last time, is kids running through there. And once that got out, then it became the attractive nuisance. And now, right now, you have Siemens saying, that's true. They're protecting themselves from a suit. Because everybody's talking about kids coming across, and they got a temporary fence, so now we came up with this idea. Problem is, the cat's out of the bag, so to speak. So if you don't want on your property, but there's a kid next to you, lives next, he goes right around, he's in theirs. Now, because it's called attractive nuisance, and someone runs through from Hale Road onto there, they can get sued for it. That's, like I said, once it come out, and it was talked about kids, that's the whole reason the fence was going up. Because it was brought up by everybody, all the kids on Hale Road.
Yep.
So you figured, okay, they're gonna line the fence, I think I said like the wall, so that no one can go around it. Now, as far as the aesthetics, that was, left it up to you guys. And I'm not gonna speak, Mr. Mack, you might wanna speak on the legal, what's been opened up on that is in the position of Siemens, as far as, I would assume you guys, from a legal standpoint, are going to put it in?
Mr. Chairman, as you said, it's been discussed. The neighbors have put us on notice that their children are at risk. So if the board itself finds that there is no nuisance and demands